to go, if we can start to take our seats. And the entertainment is on your left. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock. We are going to start the meeting. Kindly take your seats. Councillor Dembu, kindly take your seats, please. I'm naming you now Mr. EFF for the first time. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock, please. 10 o'clock, please sit. Councillors, sit. Councillors, please take your seats. We want this meeting to go off in a cordial fashion. Thank you for the entertainment. Okay. Councillors, Councillor Voss, that includes you. Councillor Voss. Councillor Quintus, it includes you. Thank you. Settle down. Mr. Mayor, that includes you. So welcome to all the councillors, the officials, as well as the media and guests in the gallery. Welcome also to the members of our Junior City Council and other special guests in the gallery today. Thank you too to all those members of the public connected via the live YouTube link. You're all very welcome in this final meeting of this administration today. I now call for a moment's silence. Thank you. We now move on to the attendance and registration. Councillors, you've not been in the chamber for so long you might have forgotten. So just to remind you, put your cards into the electronic registration. Hello. And that will automatically register you. You mustn't push any other buttons.
Speaker.
Councillor Tandela?
Yeah, Speaker. Speaker. I'm not sure what is this supposed to mean. My chair is different.
It means that the other one gave up.
I'm glad it's not blue though. What I'm happy about, it's not blue.
No. Don't take it personally, Councillor.
Does this mean I can throw this chair? Like
no. Well, you can if you've got enough money to pay the fine. Councillor, when this meeting's finished, we'll be changing all the chairs. So once we are quorate, we will proceed. We quorate. Okay. All right, councillors, please settle down. Please settle down. Thank you. Okay. I now call on the mayor to do his address.
The outgoing mayor, Your mic's not on. I don't know how to fix that.
So not that big. There we go. That's working now. Madam Speaker, honored guests, fellow councillors, aldermen, team Cape Town colleagues, fellow Cape Townians. Goeiemorgen, molweni, assalamu alaikum, shalom. Well, here we are. Our final council meeting of this term of office. It really doesn't feel like almost 5 years ago that I first stood here and addressed you as mayor. The time and the term have flown by. But when I think of all that we've achieved together these past 5 years, of everything that we built and the lives touched for the better, then 5 years doesn't feel quite long enough, does it? Cape Town is in a good place. Yes, we still have many challenges. But 5 years on, Cape Town is a stronger, more productive, more inclusive, and more caring city than when we started. You can all feel proud of what we have achieved together. And I want to thank you all for the role that each of you have played in all that we have done. I want to pay special tribute to those councillors from all parties who are retiring from council at the end of this term. We will honor them tonight at our closing dinner, but I want to thank them all for their service to the city and to the people of Cape Town. And to all of them, from all the parties, let's please give our retiring councillors a round of applause. I also want to thank the Deputy Mayor and members of the Mayoral Committee, the City Manager, Lungelo Mbandazayo. Thank you, sir, and the members of the city's executive management team for all of the work that you have all put into the successes that we have achieved together. These 5 years have been without a doubt the most rewarding chapter of my working life. And I will say it again, it is the singular honor of my life to serve as mayor of this great city. Leading this team and being so closely involved in the plans and projects that are changing the trajectory of this great city and the lives of its residents for the better is a joy and a privilege, and one that I will never take for granted. Of course, there is no effort without error, and that has been true in this journey too. But nothing that is truly worth doing is ever easy, otherwise it would have been done already. And being able to look back at the past 5 years and see the undeniable arc of Cape Town towards becoming a true city of hope for all its people is very special and rewarding. Madam Speaker, 5 years ago we set out on this journey with a clear, higher purpose, that we would turn Cape Town into a beacon of hope for South Africa and a city of hope for all who live here. Emerging from the dark winter of COVID, and with so many fellow South Africans falling into despair about our country and its prospects, we set out to show that we need not despair or give up hope, that we could still build success, and that the country dreamed of by the founders of our democracy is still possible. We wanted to prove a simple point, that progress is possible, and that problems can be solved. We wanted to be a city that aims higher, that lifts its sights, raises its ambitions, and dares to think differently. From my home in Edgemead, I can see the Tygerberg Hills. When I look at those hills, I can't help but have my eye drawn to the very top of them, especially in the mornings when the sun rises over their crest to start the new day. It is one thing to look up at the summit and admire how lovely it is. Many in politics speak of the summit as if it can be reached just by talking about it. But the work of actually reaching the summit entails a steady and determined climb upwards. Many people talk in grand terms about the kind of country that we all want. A far fewer number actually get busy building the kind of country we all want. We choose to be those builders. We knew that this idea of a city of hope that serves as a beacon for the country, a place of growth and opportunity and dignity and safety, was only attainable if we did the hard work and put in the investment. These 5 years, we have delivered a level of investment never before seen in Cape Town or any other South African city. We vowed that Cape Town would not follow the path of collapse and decline. That path is sadly quite crowded these days. We said we would build, replace, and maintain infrastructure here at the scale and pace needed to guarantee Cape Town's future success. And the result of this investment is evident across every community and ward of the city, where we are building on a scale not seen before in South Africa. It is hard now to visit a single part of the city today and not see one project or another underway, bringing better services and greater dignity to more people. And this investment is about much more than the physical pipes and roads and public facilities we are building. When we invest, we signal confidence and a growing economy, and that inspires other people to invest in the long-term future. The Western Cape economy, with Cape Town as its beating heart, has grown faster than the rest of South Africa's economy. There is a sense of progress here and of certainty about the future. We here understand a simple but powerful truth, that good government underpins investment. Investment underpins economic growth, and economic growth lifts people out of poverty. And if there is one sign of progress that shines brighter than them all, it is this one. Over the 5 years of this term, Cape Town has added 418,000 new jobs. Almost 50%, this is quite extraordinary, almost 50% of all jobs added across all 8 metros since the start of this term of office were here in Cape Town. Those 418,000 new jobs, more than the 3 Gauteng metros and the city of eThekwini combined. In Cape Town, the broad unemployment rate is a full 11 percentage points lower than the next best metro. Now, that doesn't mean that things are perfect here. Certainly not. But the simple undeniable fact is that Cape Townians have a far better chance of finding work and remain far more hopeful of finding work than anywhere else in South Africa. Now, those jobs are not created inside the administration. All of those jobs are created by businesses, entrepreneurs, and micro-enterprises in a robust and healthy economy. In Cape Town, we do not ever view the private sector with suspicion or view ambition as something to be spurned. We want a thriving economy with thousands more successful entrepreneurs, because that means many more people in work. This is such a big part of being a city of hope, the belief that you will be able to find work and take care of your family. And it is so encouraging to see these job results over this first full term of office. It is the strongest indicator that Cape Town is moving in the right direction. And let me say this, we are only getting started. To every Cape Townian who still suffers the indignity and deprivation of poverty, we will not stop in our efforts to grow this economy faster so that your burdens may be eased. Colleagues, If there is one word that aptly describes these past 5 years, it is this: building. We have spent this term of office constructing so many aspects of the Cape Town of the future that we want to see. Our water and sanitation infrastructure, our bus routes, our electricity grid, our roads, and our public facilities like sports grounds, pools, and libraries. We did this because we know that all of these investments mean something in real human terms. Better infrastructure means better services, which in turn means more dignity for more people. All of these projects have been vital for a city committed to care and dignity. You may recall, on the very first day of this term of office, nearly 5 years ago, I went to Khayelitsha and to Phoenix. I took our water and sanitation department with me, and I said clearly on that day, and I'm quoting, that it is not possible for us to restore hope and dignity to communities while sewers are overflowing in some parts of the city. I said that on day one, and since then we have worked every day since with devotion and focus on fixing and upgrading our sewer network across the city. By now, we all know the records that we have broken in the hundreds of kilometers of aging sewer pipe that we have replaced and upgraded across the metro. Few projects have a greater and more immediate impact on the dignity of residents, and few projects have consumed more of our government's time, resources, and effort. In that first year, we had over 300 pump station failures across the city. In this last year, we have had just 102. That is a 2/3 reduction. And it is so encouraging and affirming of our work to see that we have brought down sewer spills across Cape Town by a full third in this term of office. The progress we have already demonstrated stands as testament to our relentless drive these 5 years to bring dependable services and to more Cape Townians. And just like in our jobs progress, let me say that while we have achieved much, we still have much to do. We will not stop fixing our sewers, upgrading our pipes and pump stations, installing lockable manhole covers, and doing everything and all we can until we see this number come all the way down. We do not believe any resident in Cape Town should live with frequent blockages and spills. They must become the exception, never the norm, and we won't stop until we get there. Madam Speaker, for us to take Cape Town on this journey of hope, we didn't merely go from day to day with no plan. We didn't come into work each morning and say, what shall we do today? We imagined the future we wanted, and then we got to work building it. We imagined a Cape Town with reliable, sustainable, and affordable electricity. So we reduced our reliance on Eskom by buying more than 200 megawatts of our own power from independent producers. Yesterday, the Minister of Energy confirmed that Eskom has raised electricity prices 907% since 2007, while inflation has risen 150% over the same time. This underscores how important it is that we continue to pursue our own energy independence so that we can protect residents from more of these increases in the future. Then we imagined Cape Town as the easiest place on the entire African continent for entrepreneurs to build businesses and employ people. So we built a real tracking dashboard to hold ourselves publicly accountable for actually cutting red tape. Then we imagined our city with hundreds more Metro police officers and resources to help make Cape Townians safer. So we didn't stop at hundreds. In fact, we trained and deployed 1,380 new law enforcement and Metro police officers. Then we imagined a city with a booming construction industry that provides thousands of new homes to Cape Townians. So we went out and delivered more state-subsidized housing than any other metro in the country, at 12,400 homes in these last 5 years. We ramped up our release of city-owned land for the development of affordable rental housing, in well-located parts of the city, with more sites released these past 5 years than in the decade before that. We simplified the affordable housing process and created a more building-friendly environment. We did things no one else has done before, passing important guidelines on the discounting of land, discounted utility bills for tenants of affordable rental homes. We passed the municipal planning bylaw amendment to make it easier to build small-scale rental units, and we established an incentive fund for micro-developers. Then we imagined a Cape Town with a functioning and integrated public transport system, where modern trains run like major arteries through our city, while bus routes link with that rail system to form the veins that reach every community across the city. So we went and built an incredible continuous piece of civil engineering that stretches all the way from Claremont to the very furthest points of Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha, the Cape Flats expansion of our MyCity bus service. And we argued relentlessly for the devolution of the passenger rail system until at last, earlier this year, it was put in writing that which we had been asking for, devolution, will happen. The question now only being when and no longer if. We then imagined a city able to manage the complex and sensitive issue of homelessness with care and respect. So we went and added over 1,300 new shelter beds across the city, doing what no other city in South Africa is even trying to do in building and running shelters. Now, 5 years on, nearly all of the tented encampments are gone. The few which remain are in the final stages of court processes, and every single person affected has been offered dignified and caring alternative accommodation in our city. Then we imagined a city in which every resident, no matter where they live, has access to well-maintained community facilities. So we set about repairing those that were broken. Now all of well cared for and provide safe and fun spaces for residents and especially children to enjoy themselves. And we've delivered many beautiful new sports facilities, including the new athletics track at the Westvliet Stadium, at the Blue Down Stadium, at the Green Sports Ground in Manenberg, at the Versantekraal Sports Ground, at the Bishop Lavis Sports Ground, and Mandela Park in Khayelitsha. Then we imagined a cleaner city, where we all take pride in the place where we live, where we pick up litter around us, clean up communities, and do not sit by and watch our flays descend into permanent toxic pollution. So we set about cleaning up with better waste services in informal communities, dozens of new waste traps on all of our rivers, and a flay cleanup program that is delivering real progress. You see, friends, fellow Cape Townians, we did not just imagine the city we want. We have built it, we are building it, and we will keep building it. We are going to buy 700 megawatts of independent power in Cape Town over time. Why? Because families cannot be expected to absorb endless Eskom price increases forever. We must end our reliance on expensive Eskom power so that we can make electricity affordable again. We are going to be even more ruthless in slashing red tape so that we can create hundreds of thousands more new jobs. Why? Because nothing provides a sense of dignity, purpose, and pride like gainful employment. And because if we have brought unemployment down 6 percentage points and 418,000 new jobs in 5 years, then we can do that again and more. We are going to build South Africa's first Metro Police detective branch. Why? Why? That devolving investigative powers to Metro Police is a prerequisite for actually beating violent crime. We are going to look for every way to make it easier to build new affordable homes in Cape Town, and we will carry on releasing land for this purpose. Why? Because we still have a long way to go in righting the injustices of apartheid spatial planning in our city. And because we know that providing private title and ownership to our poorest residents holds the key to achieving true economic freedom. My fellow Cape Townians, on this, our last gathering together in this term of office, we truly have much to feel proud of. We have raised Cape Town's ambitions. We have left our city in a better position than we found it. We have demonstrated to the rest of our country what a working city looks like. We have smashed records for investing in everything that makes cities work for all. We have welcomed the world to our shores and put Cape Town in its rightful place among the great cities of the world. Our purpose was to turn Cape Town into a beacon of hope for South Africa. Now, Cape Town is that beacon of hope and progress in our country. Here in our sandy Cape Town soils, we have planted a flag for the very best that South Africa can be. Now many other cities across South Africa stand at the precipice of great and exciting change. And when that change comes, as we know it will, those cities will not be starting from a blank page. They will start with the blueprint for hope that we have drawn together here. We have done all of this motivated only by a deep and abiding love for the people of this city and of this country. We are inspired every day by the resilience, talent, and passion of the people of Cape Town. And we are only getting started. There is more to do, further to climb, higher to strive, for the summit is not yet reached. And so I ask Cape Townians to renew our mandate, so that together we may continue the good work that we have begun here, and take Cape Town forward for everyone who lives in our great city. Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillors. Councillors.
Thank you. Sit down. Thank you. Sit down now. Over.
Why are you not naming them?
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you should be not.
Councillor Bentley and Councillor Cook, I am naming you for the first time in terms of rule number 29.3. Thank you. Please be seated.
Speaker.
Calm down. Calm down. We now move to the questions. The following parties have a question opportunity. Al Jamal, Councillor Sali. Cape Exit, Councillor Miller. DA, Councillor Tim. EFF, Councillor Maswi. And the NCC, Councillor Jacobs. We'll start with Councillor Sali. Councillor Sali, you may ask your question. Mayor will do the answers at the end.
Sure.
Thank you and assalamu alaikum. Mayor,
Point of order, Speaker.
There's no point of order. We're in the mayor's opportunity to speak and to take questions. Councillor Bengi, I'm not going to take a question from you or a point of order because you have been heckling the whole meeting. So now I have named you once.
That's not a ruling.
I'm sorry, I've made a ruling. Carry on with the question, Councillor Sali.
Mayor, dignity. You speak of 480,000 jobs created in Cape Town. How many of these are actually permanent, sustainable jobs that pay above the minimum wage and provide benefits such as leave pension and medical aid? How many are EPWP or other temporary public employment opportunities? How many permanent jobs have been created through private sector stakeholders? Can you provide a clear breakdown of these figures so residents can distinguish between genuine long-term employment and temporary work opportunities? Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, Cape Town is surrounded by oceans and mountains. We have a fixed, limited amount of space here. Just 15 years ago, Cape Town had a population of 3.7 million. Today, that number is around 5 million. In the last 10 years, over 1 million people have flooded into the city of Cape Town from outside of our province, with Stats SA recording that 67%, more than 2/3, having come from the Eastern Cape. Today,
Councillors! Councillors! Councillors!
From Europe, yes.
Just go. Carry on, Councillor.
Okay. Let him continue with the question. It's the same question. Just quiet, please.
Today, Cape Town has an unemployment rate of 20%, and on the Cape Flats, that number is 30%. We have a backlog of over 500,000 on the housing waiting list. And you have openly said that 75% of our taxes go to subsidizing the indigent and unemployed. Our sewer lines are overflowing.
What is your question?
Our prisons are overflowing. Our roads are overflowing.
Question. Thank you. Your time's up. The next question is Councillor Tim. Councillor Tim.
I can name them for you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor
Speaker, can I please ask my question?
Councillor, your minute is up. You were warned. You get a minute.
You just
Thank
wasted your time.
For half the time I was being shouted at.
No. Sorry.
Half the time I was being shouted. Can I take?
No. Councillor Tim.
Mayor, can I-
So I'm naming you for the first. Honorable
You can ask the
Mayor.
question.
The mayor says I cannot. The mayor says I can ask the
I'm the
question.
chairman of the meeting. I'll come back to you if there's time, but at the moment we're moving on. Councillor Tim, where are you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mayor, laat hulle maar rent en ryf. Ons het 418,000 jobs created in Mitchells, in Cape Town, in our metro. Please compare what jobs was created in the other metros in South Africa. Asseblief nog, laat hulle net kan verstaan dat
Very much irrelevant.
is die beste. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Mazwi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Happy Women's Month to all women out there. And remember that we are the one holding the sky. Without us women, the sky would fall. The question to the mayor, there are houses that are located adjacent to Pinelands Water and Sanitation Sewer Depot. Number of these houses are number 4 and number 6 Princess Avenue. Question number 1, what was the initial purpose of these houses? 2, who was meant to stay there? 3, who is now staying in those houses? Please give full details of the people that reside there and in which territory are they serving in the city of Cape Town. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, please tell this council who is maintaining both of those houses. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next question is Councillor Jacobs.
Morning, Speaker.
Councillors, please be quiet.
Morning,
Continue.
Speaker. Morning, Mayor. Morning, my esteemed colleagues. Mayor, just last month, NCC tabled a motion regarding the high cost of electricity, the wire charges, and the deductions. Majority DA councillors voted against the motion, Mayor, against the people. Mayor, as I speak, a mother out
Point
there
of order,
is having to
Speaker.
decide between
Point
buying
of
a
order,
bread
Speaker.
or buying
Councillors,
bread.
please, security, take those placards away and I'm naming them.
I will speak our placards.
Don't worry.
All right. Thank you. We're moving on, Mr. Nazmi, have you finished your question?
How can I finish it?
Well, sort your people out.
Madam Speaker, how do I? Madam
Thank you.
Speaker,
We move on.
just
Mr. Mayor, you
allow
may
me
respond.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Mayor,
You may respond, Mr. Mayor.
There was no question.
No question. I mean, they've disrupted the meeting, so we're carrying on.
Okay.
Mayor, is
No, you're not speaking. You're not continuing your question. You've disrupted the meeting. We're carrying on. You need to learn to read the rules of order. It might be too late. Thank you. Thank you. I move to continue without your question.
Speaker,
Mr. Mayor,
that was clapping. Nothing was said to them. It's our right to do.
Not in the chamber, it's not. Thank you. Not in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Continue to answer the question.
Mayor, if I decide between buying electricity.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to. I'm happy to give Mr. Miller 10 seconds to ask his question if he's done with his speeching.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. Okay,
Please be
so-
crisp. The question.
Okay, so it's a quote. Last week on Carte Blanche, we learned from the deputy.
No, the
mayor-
question. The question.
I'd like to ask my question.
You're just making a speech.
There are no points of order, there are no points of clarity to a speech to the mayor.
You're just delivering a speech.
Yes, it's
Thank
quite a
you.
simple question. Last week we learned on Carte Blanche that the deputy mayor.
Without asking the question.
I want to ask my question.
Last week we learned on Carte Blanche from the deputy mayor that the DA plans to turn Cape Town into a 10 million population megacity. So my question to you, is this true? Is this absurdity absolutely true that you want to take our current population of 5 million and increase it to 10
Okay,
million?
thank
Our
you.
sewers are
That's the question.
overflowing.
Thank you. Okay. Councillors, we will continue with the meeting. You disrupted it. You forfeit your opportunity. Mr. Mayor, you may respond.
Okay, thank you very
Councillor,
much.
Please.
Councillor,
Speaker, I need to finish my.
You're not going to put in your question. Your party disrupted the meeting. Thank you. I've made a ruling. Thank you. Thank you. If you
Thank you very much. Councillor Sali.
Interrupt the speaker. So why the
Security, please deal with Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Jacobs?
What now?
Councillor Satterine, I'm naming you now for the first time.
But you can't remove me.
Councillor Dambuza, we will deal with your point of after the questions, not in the middle. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please respond.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sali, all of the job statistics in South Africa are released by Stats SA in a document called the Quarterly Labour Force Survey. It's available online, and all of the questions that you have asked are answered in detail in that report. I think most public representatives in South Africa read that report in quite a lot of detail. I'm surprised that you do not read it, but it breaks down exactly every single question in a lot of detail, and it is all there. And you will be surprised, Councillor Sali, you will be surprised by the answers that you find in that document. Most of the jobs created in Cape Town, these 418,000, are permanent residents. Most of them, the huge majority of them.
Councillor Little, I'm naming you for the first time.
Unfortunately, I
The huge majority of them, Councillor, are actually black and coloured residents of Cape Town on the Cape Flats. The huge majority of them. I know it's not comfortable when the facts don't suit your narrative, but you must go and
Councillor
read.
Little, I'm naming you for the second time. Control yourself.
I want to
Control
just
yourself.
link it with Councillor Tim's question, because it is important to compare these job stats with other metros. Now, I want to make it clear. 418,000 is an extraordinary figure, and we must be very proud of it. But the unemployment, as you said, is still 20%. Now, by global standards, 20% is still unacceptably high unemployment. It is nice that it is 11 or 12% lower than the rest of the country, but it is still not where we want it to be. We want unemployment down, and we have proved that we can bring unemployment down. When we started this term, it was 27%. Now it is 20%. And in the next term, it will be much lower than that. Now, Councillor Tim, if you add up all...
Cook, I'm naming you for the second time.
If you add up all of the other cities, that is Joburg, Tshwane, Kuruleni, eThekwini, Nelson Mandela Bay, Mangaung, and East London, Buffalo City, you get to 420,000 jobs. That's why I said nearly 50%, because we got 418,000 jobs. So nearly 50% of all the new jobs created in all of South Africa's cities were created right here in this city. No, sir. That just shows that you have not read the report. It is not jobs created in the city. It is in the private sector. Right. Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller. You really need to...
Councillors, please, control yourselves.
It's hard to answer. Yep. Okay.
Madam
Councillor
Speaker,
Petty, I'm naming you for the second time too.
Councillor
Madam
Miller...
Speaker,
Oh, my word.
Satterine, Councillor Satterine, we'll deal with you after we've answered the questions.
Councillor Miller, you really need to Google the concept of urbanization. We do not... It is not something like, we actively go and send estate agents to all over the country and all over the world and say, won't you please move to Cape Town? Every large city in the world, in history, literally every city in history, Councillor Miller, without exception, has gone through a process of urbanization and growth over the decades. In developed world countries, those cities did that many decades ago, sometimes even centuries ago. You will be shocked to discover how
Councillor
small...
Mankini, I'm naming you for the first time in terms of Rule 29.3.
You will be shocked to discover, Councillor Miller, how small London was in the 1700s. It was a very small city. Now it's a very big city. These things happen. It is a natural process of urbanization. As countries develop, people move out of the countryside and they move to the big urban centers. Cape Town is, South Africa, like most African countries, is still going through that process. In many other parts of the world, it's already done. Here, we are still going through it. So cities will grow. And successful cities will grow the fastest because the number one driver of movement is opportunity. People want to be able to get work. That is what drives growth. So this idea that we are aiming for a city of 10 million people is just a fundamental misunderstanding of how human population dynamics work. The fact is, Cape Town will be a city of that size in the future because cities grow. So you can either choose to bury your head in the sand and cover your eyes and hope that that doesn't happen, or you can prepare for it and plan for it, and that is what we are doing, Councillor Miller. Please just go to Wikipedia and search urbanization. All right. Councillor Mazwi, this is a very specific question on staff housing at this wastewater treatment works. Obviously, the city has got a lot of staff housing across the city. Some of it is used, some of it is not used and is in the process of being disposed of. We do not want to keep extraneous or unnecessary staff housing on our books because it's just a maintenance burden that we don't need. It would be better to offload it. But if this staff housing is still being used, then so be it. That's fine. I obviously have no idea who's living there right now. You've asked for their names and details as if I know the names and details of every person living in staff housing in the city. I don't think that that's a reasonable, but you can send that question to me in writing if you wish, and I'll happily tell you exactly what you wish to know. And of course, our staff housing must be maintained by the department who owns it. So that would be maintained by the Water and Sanitation Directorate. And then Councillor Jacobs, you didn't get to ask your question, but I could sense that it had something to do with electricity prices. And the point is this, Councillor. As I said
Let me ask my question, please.
no, well,
Please,
you didn't get to ask your question, but I think you were, based on what I saw and heard, you were asking about electricity prices. And the point I made in my talk was that the Minister of Energy yesterday clarified that Eskom has raised electricity prices by nearly 1,000%. No, but I mean, that's just a fact, Councillor Satarin. You can shout about it as much as you shout about it as much as you want.
The second time, thank you.
You can shout about it as much as you want, but every municipality in South Africa buys its power from Eskom. So we are subject to Eskom prices. And we have to reduce the amount of power we buy from Eskom so that we are not subject to those prices. It really is quite a simple concept, and that's why we want to do that much more. We've already done a couple hundred megawatts, but the city is an enormous power consumer. We consume over 2,000 megawatts at peak times. So we've got a long way to go to reduce our reliance on Eskom, but we must do that because actually, now, it used to be that load shedding was the biggest inhibitor on economic growth in South Africa. Now, load shedding might be done, but the largest, or one of the largest inhibitors on growth is the absolutely outrageous and uncompetitive price of electricity that Eskom is foisting onto the economy. We must reduce our reliance on that state-owned company so that we can pass on those savings to the residents of Cape Town, which we will do over time as we take Cape Town forward for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Satarin, did you have a point of order? Councillor.
Madam Speaker, can you name it?
Councillor Dambuza, you first. Councillor, please.
Then me.
Councillor Dambuza, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker, my hand is up. I raised on Rule 32.1.1.
Yes.
The first point of order I would like to put out is that those DA members that are sitting in the gallery, just like this one who's halabaluing now, were busy part of the speaker's, the mayor's speech. They even stood up, they started clapping, and they were part of the whole process. Speaker.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
That is, Speaker, on Rule 32.1.4, it indicates that when you are raising a point of order, you are given 2 minutes. I'm still on 30 seconds. On point number 2, you have named on this point of sight with the lady right next to you giving hand notes on the people this side. There's been massive heckling that has been coming from the DA, and there's a lot of people who have been shouting in the proceedings. You have not named not one of them, and you have not stopped anything that has to deal with those proceedings. The third one is a point of order on you, Speaker, on the fact CC put it up their posters. You did not name them once, you did not name them twice, you did not name them the 3 times. You made a ruling without going through the rules of council. On the protocols of the council chamber sittings that you have issued out of the office of Rihanna and Siabonga, have made it clear that those members who are in the office of the mayor sitting out there must not be members of the DA, but must be people of the gala. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Satarin. Councillor Satarin, I've recognized you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you after a long time. Madam Speaker, I just firstly want to reiterate that you did not follow the rules when it came to NCC. Number 2, this chambers, Madam Speaker, is not your party to have security standing around me. When it comes to my safety, what I do expect from you as the Speaker of this chambers is to take half these people and move them to the DA side for fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillors, we're moving on now to the Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Solly. Councillor Solly, do you have
I have a follow-up, which you never granted me the opportunity to follow up on with the mayor.
We don't do that here.
To say that, Mr. Mayor, a question. You're
Sorry, Councillor. If you want to put a question in writing, you can, but you've had your question and he's responded. We're moving on. Applications for
Speaker.
leave of
Madam
absence.
Speaker,
Madam Speaker,
please, will you remove the security guards?
No.
Ma-
Don't worry about the security guards. If you behave, there's no problem.
I must
What's
not.
your
No. Yes, no children.
Councillor.
This is not your. You can treat your children like.
So, councillors,
Madam Speaker,
at the Rules Committee, they asked for peace officers, and the peace officers are here. So we're moving on. We are moving on. Thank you.
City manager.
Councillor Satarina, I'm naming you now for the second time, or third time actually. The third time. Thank you very much. Councillors, we move on to leaves of absence. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker.
Move on, Chief Whip.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Speaker,
Can you recognize me, please, Speaker?
No, we've moved on to, there's no more points of order, we're moving
point of
on.
order, Speaker.
The agenda, Chief Whip,
Speaker.
applications for leave of absence. I'm asking you to put your hand down, otherwise I'm going to name you. You're not going to move your hand. I hope it doesn't get tired. Councillor.
Speaker. Speaker.
Speaker, the apologies for this morning. Councillors Machingo, Gobeni, Nkumbolo, Kipido, Nikelo, Nchweja, Walker, Klassen, Pimpy, Hendricks, Arnolds, Kama, Nondilwa. Late arrivals this morning, I'm not sure if the councillors are here yet. It's Councillors Dudley and Councillors Popan. Speaker, now, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me the extra minute or two to express my gratitude towards Council for serving as the Chief Whip in the City of Cape Town for the past 8 years and as Councillor for 10 years. I will not be returning as a Councillor for the next term, and it was indeed an honor for me to serve in this very same chambers which was opened by my father, Alderman Daniel Dela Cruz, on the 4th of March 2002. Firstly, thank you to Mayor Alderman Jordan Hill Lewis and the Democratic Alliance for granting me this opportunity and position as the Chief Whip. Thank you for the trust and the confidence, Mayor, that you bestowed on me. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to yourself, all MACO members and all councillors in the entire City of Cape Town Council for the collaboration and the cooperation during my tenure. A very special thank you to all the party whips for the respect and the discipline during all Whips Forum meetings and engagements. Special thank you also to Rihanna Razak and her team, James Van As and his team, for their support and also for your professionalism over the few past years, Rihanna. Lastly, thank you to our staff who became our work family. Thank you. It has been a wonderful journey. I will miss you all. I wish the next Chief Whip of the City of Cape Town Council and Council all the best for the next term. Thank
Councillor Haynes.
Thank you.
Councillor Haynes, if you just wait a minute.
No.
Councillor Haynes, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Diniso Yangola. I just wanted to add the name of Councillor Thompson to our apologies. We realized now this morning that we've not added, but can I take my 5 minute? Speaker, I would also like just to take the opportunity to thank councillors that I've been serving with for the last 15 years, others 5 years, others 2 years, but I've been, them has been here since I arrived in council. It has been a very long journey. It has been a tedious journey. We've been fighting with each other, insulting each other, but we have always been respected each other when it comes to the personal interaction. When it comes to us bringing across a point across, if you, particularly myself, there would have been acknowledgement for when I am making sense, and that I'm taking with me out of this journey, is that I have not only been seen as a pure ANC councillor, as the ANC has been perceived by some of you as some devil, but I was not seen only as an ANC councillor, I was seen as a person that contributes to and could contribute to the betterment of the life of our people, having fight and fought and will still continue to fight for the people on the other side of the railway line. I would want to thank your office, Speaker. I had a very good working relationship with you. We had our differences, but we could iron it out, and where we could not reach consensus, we agreed to differ and proceed with the work. To the Chief Whip and the staff in the office, they have really assisted me to pull through a very difficult time this last 5 years, having been the Chief Whip of the ANC. And I want to thank them for their commitment in ensuring that we stick to the rules and do things correctly. They have treated me with respect, and I am grateful for the respect that I've received from many a staff member in the administration. Since I started in 2011 up until now, I have been respected by most of them, and I'm grateful for that. And it's going to be difficult after the 4th of November, but we shall soldier on. The people still need us. Thank you very much.
There's always a life after politics. All right, thank you. Are there any others, Councillor Tandela?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Before we go to the whip of the House, I want you to record 2 councillors of the EFF that are off sick, which is Councillor May and Councillor Arnold. That's 1. 2, Speaker, I wish you allow the chief whips of political parties to do their work. 1, I want to draw your attention on the protocol for members in the public attendance. You did not make a ruling on that one. It is in your document, so please make a ruling on that one. 2, whip. Thank you very much. I think we spoke a lot in our meeting. We expressed how you've been most assisting whip that we've ever had. We wished as the EFF, you were the Speaker of this House, because the way you accommodate each and every political party, it's out of this world. I'm hoping whoever that comes next, or I'm hoping that we could swap these seats. Farewell, goodbye, and make sure that your kids enjoy you now. Please leave politics, especially of the DA. Just leave. And enjoy yourself. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, please make a ruling on that.
Thank you for your kind words, Councillor. I just want to draw attention to the rules where the public gallery are not allowed to participate in the meeting. Can you please control your enthusiasm? Thank you. Now we move on to the next. Are there any other parties that have applications for a leave of absence which wasn't recorded, or another comment, Councillor Mongani?
It's not a notice of retirement. I'm still too young. But thank you for indulging me anyway. On behalf of the Big Caucus of the City of Cape Town, I want to express a word of gratitude and thanks to the outgoing Chief Whip of Council, humbleness and professionalism, together with that of her staff, has taught us a lesson or two. And I hope wherever she's going, she will carry that with her and teach the others on the way. Leadership is a two-way street. You teach people that you lead, and you learn from them. And I hope you have learned a few things from the big caucus, and you will take them and put them in practice whilst you are still at home with your kids and your family. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much. All right, if there's no other applications for leave of absence to record, we will move on. So, councillors, this is the last meeting, as I said, of this administration. And the council and its committees have been very active. I have in front of me the excellent meeting statistics, which are not on Stats South Africa's page, but not yet, proving that the city has made progress in this period and has had successful meetings as follows: 65 council meetings, 97 mayoral committee meetings, 669 Section 79 committee meetings, 65 MPAC meetings. This excludes the many task team meetings that were held. There were also many other committee meetings, as well as CIVOC audit performance, audit and general appeals meetings, and there were 1,425 sub-council meetings. The council is therefore scheduled to close at midnight Oh wow, okay. The council is therefore scheduled 2,400 meetings in total during this term of office. Well done to all those councillors who attended those meetings. It includes virtual. Councillors, today's meeting will be the final council meeting of the term, and the council calendar will be updated accordingly to reflect this. All meetings of committees scheduled until the end of August will continue, after which all council, its portfolio committees, sub-councils and mayoral committee meeting, as announced by the mayor, will no longer meet. If there is an urgent need to convene, a ruling will have to be made closer to the time on that matter. Council's official recess will therefore commence at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the 28th of August. During the recess period, the executive mayor, in consultation with the city manager, will exercise recess powers as set out in the system of delegations, Part 1, 11, subsection 6. During this period, pay attention please, in case you need a question. During this period, sub-council managers, in consultation with sub-council chairpersons and ward councillors, also have recess powers in terms of delegation 2513, subsection 1. There will, however, be certain committees like MPAC, General Appeals, etc., that will continue their work during this recess to attend to urgent legislative matters. All political parties will be afforded an opportunity to address council at the end of the meeting if we have time. If we manage the time properly, we'll give you that opportunity. Councillors, as it is customary at the last council meeting, I wish to announce the Councillor of the Year award.
Nominations from the floor.
Councillors, please take note. I wish I had 235 councillors to give it to, but so please allow me the opportunity to motivate. Okay, wait, don't worry, we have a plan B. Okay. Okay, councillors, so before I announce the Councillor of the Year, I want to say that this councillor has been awarded this position. He has exhibited a high standard of performance, excellence, well that rules out half of you, in terms of norms and standards set by the Office of the Speaker. It celebrates the achievements of councillors who go above and beyond the call of duty and who have shown commitment for and have made significant contributions to local government in general and their respective communities in particular. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the Councillor of the Year for 2026 is awarded to Councillor Clive Justice. This is councillors. Can I just finish? Councillors? Okay, you can wait for me now. This is in recognition of his distinguished career. He has served with complete integrity, professionalism and dedication. He has led numerous committees, served as a MACO member, a portfolio committee chair, always approaching these responsibilities with diligence, sound judgment and a deep commitment to public service. His contribution, however, extends far beyond the formal positions he has held. Alderman Justice has been valued mentor to young and newly elected councillors, generously sharing his considerable knowledge and experience and helping to strengthen the institution he has served for so many years. He has consistently conducted himself with dignity and courtesy. He is without question a perfect gentleman and has always been exemplary in his correct in his dealings with members of the public. His integrity and professionalism have earned him the respect of both the city officials and fellow councillors. As Alderman Justice concludes his long service to council, it would be remiss of us not to express our sincere appreciation for the qualities he has brought to the public life and for many years he has devoted to the service of the city of Cape Town. Alderman, this is a fitting recognition of your distinguished contribution and high standard that you have set throughout your political career, which has spanned 38 years of dedicated service, and I congratulate you.
Point of clarity. Point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillors?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Speaker, I am overwhelmed. I did not enter politics for reward. I live by the mantra of leaving better than you found, delivering on what you promise, and taking pride in all you do. My dad always used to say, do what you do well. I leave you with those thoughts because sometimes we don't live up to that mantra. We stumble and fall, but ultimately it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the greater good of society. And we all have an enormous responsibility because each one of you is a leader, is a father, a mother, somebody that somebody is watching. And they are going to follow your example. So let it be a good example. I leave with tears in my eyes because I represent a family. A father who I lost when I was 11 years of age, but a mother that stood in as a father and a mother, who worked on my first campaign and was so proud that night when I was elected. I thank my wife, who has always stood by my side Yes, she did say, "Are you out again tonight?" And I said, if it's not for that, we would not have the life we have. And so my children, the first one born was in a carry cot when I was elected. And today he's a father himself. So I'm going to enjoy my grandchildren, and I will be available to every one of you. If ever you need some advice, I am available. The advice might not be acceptable, but it is my advice born out of experience and long service. So don't hesitate. The relationships that I've made across the benches will remain with me. I remember Chief Chair, A.K. Ntotoviani. Chief Chair. And then there was Mtini, two great representatives of the ANC that I value very much. And then we have in the good party, Suzette, who's always been complimentary and supportive. Thank you for that. My party, the DA, the Blue Party, thank you for your support at all times. May you go from strength to strength under the leadership of a young man, a man with vision, a man with enthusiasm, a man that knows go and take us with him. Good luck for the election.
Thank you.
Clarity, Speaker.
So those of you that are young can still aspire to another 30 odd years.
We are coming.
Councillor Tendela?
No, thank you very much. Speaker, I just need clarity on two things. One, on your report that you've given in terms of the meetings that have been attended. Can you give us, or at least give a report to people of Cape Town, how many of those meetings are virtual? That's one. Two, what criteria did you use to give your award to the councillor that has moved?
Use my judgment.
Can I finish? Can I finish? I'm the whip. Can I finish?
Okay, but that's not a point of order.
Clarity. It's not a point of order.
Clarity. We'll go back to Statistics Cape Town and find out
Speaker,
how
I'm
many
not done.
were virtual.
I'm not done. I'm not done, Speaker. Yes, Speaker,
Continue.
we are chief whips of political parties. Please recognize us as such. The EFF would have loved that award to go to Councillor Fesaki. I don't know why you start lying here. She's the one that is
Councillor,
honored.
thank you for that and for that vote of confidence in Councillor Pasaki, but she's got it already. Girls first. Okay. Thank you very much. We move on to section 5. We just wait for everybody to take their chair. Councillor Little, do you want to officially say something? Try another one. It's because you're not on your chair. Try another one. Has it frozen?
Ah, there we go. There we go. It might be frozen, but that on the other side it's frozen. Madam Speaker.
Okay, we move out of the agenda.
I'm trying so hard.
Thank you.
I need some clarity in terms of the statement you made about it being the last council. And I don't know if you finished that item stating that all the delegations would pass on to the city manager and to the mayor. Am I correct?
So I finished that item, but it would be normal recess powers, which we have.
I do
every
understand
time.
that, ma'am. I do understand that. Clarity is what I'm seeking.
I need to understand, in light of all of what has taken place in this last term, unlawful charges, land,
Okay, Councillor.
land being,
You're making a speech,
Madam,
but the point is the
I'm
delegations
asking a
are the
question
delegations.
of clarity.
I've already answered that.
No, you haven't,
Delegations,
because I didn't
delegations,
finish
we're
my
going
question.
to recess power. I know what you're going to say.
What am I saying?
You're going to say you don't think it's a good idea.
No, ma'am.
Well, you.
Now, you see, that is why I'm asking you to let me finish my question.
Okay. Can you get there a little bit?
I can, if you stop interrupting me, I can. Now, I want to know who's going to be watching the two of them in
I'll
the
be watching
recess
them.
period
I'll be
for
watching.
all of the nonsense that has taken place in
Yes.
this country.
I'll be watching them. I'll be watching you too. All right, we're moving on to section 5, which is the official notices by the city manager. Mr. City Manager?
Good morning, Speaker. No urgent matters, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move to the confirmation of the minutes. There's one set of minutes for the confirmation, which is the ordinary meeting of the 30th of July. And we start on page 6. Can we sign off those minutes? Are there any corrections? Councillor Miller, we're not going to, what's your correction?
No, it's just, I want to put on record the amendments or the positions that we were put down in the minutes are not accurate. So I just want to put on record what those positions are.
No, we did tell you that the Secretariat would deal with it in terms of listening to the tapes or the iron box or whatever it was, and that would be corrected. So what your points are, bring it to the Secretariat, and we will either agree or not agree according to we will investigate in terms of the verbatim record and the iron box.
My understanding is that according to Rule 15.8, that any member may request that his dissent, abstention, or support be recorded in the minutes of that meeting. So based upon that rule, there's no classification as to timing of that. So I'd like to put that on record.
Okay. He wants to still put it on record. Okay, submit it and we'll put it on record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so then, are there any other corrections or proposed amendments? Thank you, then we move adoption. Second, thank you. All right, so we move onto the remainder of the agenda. And the following items have been agreed upon. In volume 2A, item 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and item 13. In volume 2B, item 18 through to 21, 24 through to 29, 31 through to 34, and item 37. In volume 2D, item 39 through to 43. In volume 2E, item 44B and 44F. In volume 3, items 47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 54, 57, and item 60. In volume 4, the items for noting but not speaking to are items C 62, 63, 65 through to 69. Councillors, there are currently 210 councillors in the chamber, and I will read out the numbers so that you can comment if it's incorrect. The ANC is 36, the DA is 126, ARA is 1, ACDP is 5, AIC 1, Al-Jamar 2, C Cape Exit 2, CMC 1, EFF 8, Freedom Front Plus 4, Good 8, PA 5, PAC 1, UDM 1, UIM 1. That gives us a total of 210. Thank you. So we will use those numbers for the voting. We now move on to the remainder of the agenda. And item 4, the first speaker on this item with a recommendation on page 2 is Councillor Wells.
Speaker, to the residents of ANC and PA-run municipalities who have come to expect nothing from their municipality, it really does not have to be like this. In November 2021, after this administration took office, we pledged to the people of Cape Town to do more, to build a city of hope for all and unleash job creation to lift residents out of poverty and into work. Almost 5 years later, what a success it has been. With over 400,000 jobs created in our city and annual infrastructure investment up to 12 billion rand, we have seen hundreds of thousands of residents lifted out of poverty and into work while investing billions to bring water, sanitation and dignity to Cape Townians throughout our city. Our city is buzzing, construction sites and cranes wherever you look. Just last week, I met a young man in Gugulethu, an experienced builder, who was able to find permanent employment after months of searching. He told me the greatest feeling was being able to provide for himself with the support of his family. Today, we are considering an adjustment budget that ensures projects already approved by this council continue to move forward at pace, continuing on our pledge. Roads, electricity infrastructure, transport projects, environmental programs, and community facilities do not stop because the financial year changes. This budget ensures continuity and delivery of services to all residents. Too often in South Africa, where the likes of the ANC and PA govern, we see the consequences when cities fail to plan, fail to budget properly, and fail to manage infrastructure maintenance. It is the people who live in these cities who pay the price through deteriorating services, collapsing infrastructure, and growing financial instability. Cape Town has taken a different approach. When procurement delays, contractor delays, or external approval processes affect project timing, our response is not to simply abandon projects. Our response is to adjust budgets responsibly so that these projects can still be delivered. That is exactly what this budget does. If we want to understand the importance of this item, we need only look at the catastrophes of ANC and PA-led municipalities, and no example best exemplifies this like the experience of Johannesburg. Like many ANC and PA-led municipalities, Johannesburg has battled affecting water supply, roads, electricity networks, and decimated municipalities. Residents and businesses have too often experienced the consequences of instability, where getting water to run out of your tap and roads to be maintained has become too much to ask. In Cape Town, by contrast, we are debating how to ensure that committed projects continue uninterrupted through a responsible budget adjustment process. This budget contains approximately 288 million rand in capital budget amendments to keep projects moving. Residents ultimately want one thing, and that is a government that delivers. When we roll over funding for My City projects, transport infrastructure, battery energy storage projects, solar initiatives, electricity upgrades, and environmental infrastructure, we are investing in the future competitiveness and resilience of Cape Town. This report further demonstrates prudent financial management through interim funding arrangements to prevent projects from stalling while rollover approvals are finalized. That is the type of financial discipline that residents expect from a metropolitan government. Speaker, this is ultimately a good news story. It is a story of a city that continues building, investing, and planning for growth. So I repeat, to the residents of ANC and PA-run municipalities who have come to expect nothing, it really does not have to be like this. This adjustment budget demonstrates exactly why Cape Town residents continue to choose the DA's approach. Disciplined finances, infrastructure, and service delivery that residents can see in their communities. For that reason, this adjustment budget deserves the support of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simons.
Madam Speaker, while the NCC supports this recommendation, we have serious concerns about priorities. The city can find 31.9 million for surpluses overnight to protect projects. Yet when it comes to residents, we are told that there is no money, that tariffs must go up. That tells us one thing. When projects are at risk, money is found. But where is that same urgency for families living in poverty, in overcrowded informal settlements, choosing between food and electricity? This DA administration is efficient at protecting, but a developmental city must protect people with the same urgency, because a budget is not just numbers, it's a statement of values, and our values must put people before balance sheets. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Mamkeli. Councillor, is your card in the... So then turn the mic on. Try another mic. Councillor Simons, is your mic is off, eh? All right, there's another.
Okay. Can we hear the speaker?
I can hear you when you move, when you talk and your mic's not on, so it's just for the others that we need the mic on. Hold on, we have a production coming. Carry on. When you're ready.
Somlom. Oh, sorry. Equaling mic was. Lo mcimbi wezimike ezingasebenziyo ezophukileyo Somlomo ingumzekelo wesixeko lesophukileyo phansi kohulumende we-Democratic Alliance. Mayiqale apho loo nto. Somlomo olu hlahlo lwabiwomali aluthethi into kubantu abahlala ematyotyombeni, umzekelo apho nina nineeprojekthi eziphelele esithubeni okanye ezingadeske zigqityezwe. Niqale indlela e-COVID informal settlement nisisixeko under urhulumente we-Democratic Alliance. Anayigqibezela nabashiya abahlali ningabachazelayo.
Point of order.
The
The
translation.
interpretation is not coming.
No, ndifuna ixesha lam ke Somlomo.
Yeah, we're holding the time. Yeah. Okay, try again. Okay.
Somlomo. Ezi mike zophukileyo zingumzekelo wohulumente ogexa-gexayo owophukileyo phantsi kohulumento lwe-Democratic Alliance. Umzekelo ngeeprojekthi ezi zikule adjustment budget, ezinye ezimileyo, ezinye ezingagqitywanga, ezinye eziyekwe esithubeni. Ndisenza umzekelo ke, niqale indlela e-COVID informal settlement, nayiyeka phakathi ningabaxelelanga abahlali kwenzeka ntoni. Somlomo, the Auditor General's latest findings require this council to be honest about the state of governance in this city. While the administration may correctly state that it has received an unqualified audit opinion, residents must understand that an unqualified audit is not the same as clean audit. A clean audit requires not only credible financial statements, but also no material findings on performance reporting and no material findings on compliance with legislation. The Auditor General's concerns around supply chain management, procurement processes, tenders, and contract management are serious because these weaknesses have a direct impact on service delivered. We see this clearly in the Urban Mobility Directorate, where the city's own adjustment budget acknowledges delays caused by contractor failures, procurement delays, capacity constraint, fraud yet the projects such as road rehabilitation in Manenberg, Pontyville, 8 Mfuleni taxi rank upgrade, traffic calming projects, stormwater upgrade, and other transport infrastructure initiatives have been delayed. If I not train in 5 years, the West Bank, Ningazange, and I fix taxi rank. Honorable Speaker, the city cannot dilly-dally when it comes to spending where residents need it most. Communities such as COVID, Lotus Park, Polar cannot wait indefinitely while budget remain unspent on projects are rolled over. Residents are asking.
Conclude.
Residents are asking for the basic proper roads, access to water, sanitation, electricity.
Thank
and
you.
dignified living.
Councillor,
So, we are the most
Sikolisi. Councillor. Councillor.
No, thank you very much. Siyabulisa kwi-caucus ye-EFF led by our party leader, uCouncillor Dambuza. Siyabulisa kwindlu yonke. Ngokukhethekileyo siyabulisa kubahlali base-Cape Town. My name is Siphelelo Sikolisi, a councillor from the EFF. Ever since I sworn in here.
Okay, councillors, please, you
Ever
know
since I
the
sworn
rules.
in here,
Take the,
this is my first meeting,
Take them down.
physical meetings that I attended.
so councillors, I
The
remind you,
DA must be known that it has been running this municipality on Zoom. The people must know that this DA have been running this metropolitan on Zoom. The people should know.
This is discipline, then, fine. Just let him carry on. Carry on, councillor.
The people should know that, and they are doing so simply because they are running away from accountability. They don't want the EFF to ask questions on behalf of people of this Cape Town.
So the
Abantu
EFF
babalanga.
councillors,
Abantu
the EFF
babalanga.
councillors, your time. Thank you.
Hostels that have been there even during the apartheid, you've been promising them stories. There is no maintenance, no service delivery, nothing whatsoever. The sewer is all over the place. Maybe, Mr. Mayor, maybe you should invite Helen Zille here, because we saw her swimming in some blockage drainage in Johannesburg. Maybe if she come and swim in this sewer, you will then take our people serious. This is the government that have no plan, no solution to the challenges that facing our people. No wonder, Mr. Mayor, you want to delegate all municipal responsibilities to the private sector. The only thing that you master the most here, this government, is to sell the municipal-owned land. You master that in each and every sitting where you've been operating on Zoom. You've been, most of items, agenda items, you are selling municipal land. Yeah. We want the people to know that come the 4th of November, under the EFF government, we'll introduce to you the people's municipality. We'll introduce to you the people's municipality where there won't be never a sale of a municipal-owned government. We are going to develop this land and create jobs. We are going to locally industrialize and create these jobs that you've been claiming that you are creating, and yet our people are drowning on drugs.
Councillors, for the record, I'm naming you for the second time in terms of Rule 29.5.
Under the EFF government, there will be a clear, transparent allocation of houses. Not this blind approach. People do not know when are they going to get houses, and some of their houses, they are even yet to be sold in the process. We are going to provide flushing toilets, even in the informal segment, and do away these things of Mishengu that you've been putting under people, our people under. Mr. Mayor, you've been making claims here. We've been listening to your speech. All that you are saying is imagination. You are imagining the big city, you are imagining this. What is exactly are you doing? You've been living in the imaginations for the beginning of your term. You must know now that your term has ended. You'll never address us again.
Councillors, thank you. I'm naming you now for the third time in terms of Rule 29.3.
Come again? I'm not done. I'm not done.
No.
We are going to remove. Speaker, don't interrupt. We are going to remove you like we did to your old friend Trolling.
Thank you.
PE. Like we did. Kangaroo arrangement, been doing adjustment. We'll deliver services to them that we've been denying them. Even the ANC must be rejected in the township. must be rejected. Our people must vote EFF. They must vote EFF. I tell you.
Councillor, thank you.
Your few people are going to vote.
Councillor,
Who is this Mafik?
Councillor Makina.
Who is this? Mafik is all, eh?
All right, councillors, please. Councillors, calm down. We have enough internal fighting. Calm down. Councillors. Okay, Councillor, before you start, Councillor Dembuza wants to make a point. Councillor Dembuza, what's your point?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on Rule 32, 1.1. Speaker, may you please protect me from the Minamus, because I'm trying to address your office, but somehow there are people who are seemingly contesting your office. So can you protect me from them first?
I will do my best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Second-
Thank you for bringing that to my attention too.
Thank you very much. Secondly, saying that now you know how to exercise your office, can you please order on all the councillors of the DA that you did not name when you have named the councillors of the EFF? Secondly, the councillors of the ANC, they started hurtling against the EFF, and you did not name not even one. So the ANC, including the EFF, of your GNU, you both did not name. See the GNU in our own expense. Your marriage of the Union of Parliament must not stop us.
Councillor, thank you.
The work of
Thank you, Councillor.
Church.
Thank you, Councillor. I must say, Councillors, can the ANC look forward so that they don't irritate Councillor? Councillor, please face front. Don't irritate or prompt or antagonize the councillors behind you. Councillor Majuza, your point of clarity. I'm not going to get into a debate between the EFF and the ANC. That you can do on the 4th. Today we have a councillor that's waiting to speak. We're still on item 4 and your speaker is waiting to speak. Councillor Makina. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Makina.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. On this item, Madam Speaker, the DA-led City of Cape Town administration wants to adjust and roll over millions of rands that were not spent in the previous financial year. Yes, Section 28 of the MFMA allows for adjustment to be done if the underspending could not reasonably have been foreseen. But I want to put it to the House that there are no fundamental deterrents that have prevented the DA-led City of Cape Town from executing its obligation of serving or servicing the people of Cape Town, apart from the fact that there is no political will to service the poor and marginalized, as it is evident from the items that were not done, as most, if not all of them, are from the African and colored communities, which are poor. The city must do away with the deliberate perpetual use of legislation year in, year out to avoid delivering services to our people. Maybe when we say we want to adjust the budget, to some listening to it might not have the actual denotation of its atrocity. This is in actual fact cruelty to mankind, to the people of Cape Town in particular. Behind this nice jargon of budget adjustment are people's lives that were supposed to be changed for the better. Let me just but mention a few that the city failed to do. Electrification of households, stadia upgrades in townships, construction of roads, library upgrades, sports and recreation facilities, homeless accommodation upgrades and extension, cemeteries, beach upgrades, informal trade, road rehabilitation, taxi ranks, and PTI construction and upgrades, construction of solid waste drop-offs, stormwater rehabilitation and drainage system, toilets and taps. By this, families were kept in the dark, kids deprived of an opportunity to read, study, and play, deprived homeless people shelter, deprived small traders an opportunity to put food, deprived people from the informal settlements the basic fundamental constitutional right of health, safety, and dignity through water and sanitation. The DA-led City of Cape Town lies to the people of Cape Town, the country, and the world at large with a straight face on this item. By saying in the City of Cape Town, they provide water and sanitation to every community according to the National Minimum Standards Act 108 of 1997. That says the ratio for toilets in the informal settlement is 1:5, and that of taps is 1:25 in the 200-meter radius. The city claims that it has no bucket system toilets. This is an insult to the people living in the informal settlements in Jerusalem, Ramaphosa, in Philippi.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tahita. I think you press. All right, try another one. Is your card in properly? Try the other way around.
It looks like. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning, councillors. The purpose of the adjustment budget, Mr. Mayor, when applied properly, is meant to do things that would not have happened from the original budget and then move monies from one item to the other. The hope is that that is done with an intention to service the people. But with everything you've said this morning, Mr. Mayor, and I say this with utmost respect, that all the statistics you said, you referred people to Google statistics. I want you, Mr. Mayor, whilst I'm still speaking, just Google food security Cape Town and look geographically at what areas do people of Cape Town not have food. With all the cloth that has been put over your speech, the flagrancy with which this adjustment budget seeks to pull wool over Cape Townians' eyes would be found on the Safety and Security Department, where there would have been, between the three, this is the 30% adjustment budget, there would have been 47 variants that Alderman Smith, with all the pomp that he speaks about, that comes from that department. The issues promised to Cape Townians that relate to making Cape Town safe, Mr. Mayor, have not happened. Except for the purchase of toys for Alderman Smith, he will go around and buy toys for himself and call them.
Point of order.
My apologies to the leader of the opposition. Alderman Smith can't be heckling whilst our leader is speaking. It's not correct. I really take offense.
I'm sorry I didn't see that, but I will watch. Thank you. Councillors, allow your...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really do insist. I really do insist that this is not a joke, Alderman Smith. This got to do with lives of children dying in Raven Smith and in Kaili. This is not a joke. This is not a matter we're laughing at. Number two, Mr. Mayor, you seem sometimes your posture promises Cape Town really a good person. There could be possibility of a good person in you as a person, but a bad party that you represent. A party that teaches you, a party that teaches you,
please. Carry on.
A party that teaches you that it is correct to tell lies. I think it is important that when we talk about the sewer spillages, Councillor Patrudine is a young councillor and a good guy. But good guyness alone is not sufficient to stop the sewer in people's houses.
Point of order, Speaker, point of order.
It is a matter.
Point of order, Speaker.
Council, there's point of order. Where's the point of order, Council?
Is it appropriate for the Speaker to call the Mayor a liar without facts in this chamber?
Councillor, we'll deal with that separately. The mayor's a...
Thank you very
Before you
much.
carry on.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wouldn't have started saying the guy is a good guy, then say a lie at the same time. But I'm referring to the party that he represents, that tells lies, that teaches him lies. It is a lie, Mr. Mayor, to, even in your own words, to continue referring people to jobs created that are permanent. Yet, you've got people who are hung literally without food today, as we speak, Mr. Mayor. With all the cloth that you put on that, there are people in Cape Town who still go, 9 out of 10 home households in Cape Town go to bed without food. Yes, look, check it out. Let's not argue, check it out. But the other issue is, Mr. Mayor, the hope is that the intent of adjusting budget is to try and help Cape Town and forcefully push back the legacies of apartheid spatial planning. For as long as all the reports that you give, Mr. Mayor, does not answer the question, which Cape Town are we referring to? Because it is an established fact that Cape Townians live in 2 different Cape Towns. There's a possibility that you are happy in the side that you are in of Cape Town. But where I come from this morning, there's a complete different Cape Town. The Alderman Smith promised Cape Town 5 LEAP officers in each ward. Even when we disagree with that, it is not there. But Alderman Smith is too quick, and yourself, Mr. Mayor, too quick to speak about the devolution of powers, while you can't even execute the right you already have. Now we want to make this point, that the ANC has been nothing but a responsible opposition party in this country. It has been responsible in that it placed at the center the correctness of some of the things you may be doing right, but it is unfair for anyone to expect the ANC to accept everything that the DA says. We are not here to help the DA further discriminate and disservice the people of Cape Town. We are here, Mr. Mayor, hopefully for the last time today. I'm joining those. I know the hope is that again I'm going to win that too. So look, much better speak.
Councillors, please, and I can see Councillor Tadela and the ANC councillor are trying to kiss and make up, but can you do that later? All right? Let the councillor speak. Thank you.
No, thank
Thank you. Councillor Tadela, finish. You've got 10 seconds.
We were very great this morning, Madam Speaker, that Councillor Patrodim, the people who are found by the public protector on those sinkholes along Chapter K Masemuth, they reside on a City of Cape Town, a recognized area.
Conclude.
It's a lie to say that they are illegally connected.
Thank you.
Well, the
Councillor
municipality
Badizi.
recognize them.
Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, as this council meets for the final time in this term of office, it is appropriate that we consider an adjustment budget that speaks directly to the work we have undertaken and to the responsibility we carry for the future of this city. The primary purpose of this adjustment budget is to roll over unspent capital funding from the 2025-2026 financial year, allowing committed projects to continue into the new financial year. The report also provides for necessary adjustment to grants and allocation, as well as administrative transfers and variants. I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, that these adjustments will have no detrimental impact on the provision of basic services. Indeed, the budget continues to demonstrate the city's commitment to investing in the infrastructure and services on which the daily lives of Cape Townians depend. The adjusted capital program now amounts to approximately 13.375 billion rand for 2026-2027 financial year. And this represents an increase of 288 million from the original budget. That's the commitment that we showed as this city in providing services in the very same areas that the mayoral candidate for the ANC, Ufaku, is talking about. Over the MTREF period, investment in basic services averaged about 56.9% of the capital investment, while a further 14.9% is directed towards transport. This is investment that translates into water and sanitation infrastructure that Councillor Badrodin is working together with the councillors of Khayelitsha to deal with FAKU. Electricity, roads, stormwater, waste management, municipal government looks like. Investing sustainable in the assets that make a city work and that improve the quality of life of its residents. It is my hope that other metros will soon also reap the benefits of such responsible financial governance when the Democratic Alliance, in particular Johannesburg, takes over, so we can arrest and reverse the sad decline of that once African city. This adjustment budget also demonstrates our determination to keep projects moving. We proposed that the 31.9 million rand be made available from the Capital Replacement Reserve to provide an interim funding for contractual committed conditional grant projects while we are awaiting the outcome of the national and provincial rollover application. Should these rollovers not be approved, the city will continue, Councillor Mamkeli, funding eligible committed projects from these reserves. The report also provides an important ongoing investment, including continuation of the IRT Phase 2A program, energy services connection, community facilities, park, sports infrastructure, roads, stormwater projects.
Councillor
and a
Mamkeli,
range of
I'm naming you for the
projects
second
across
time.
our community.
Rule 29.3.
Speaker, sound finances are the foundation upon which these achievements rest. The city remains in a position to fund its budget sustainable while maintaining significant investment in new infrastructure and the renewal and upgrading of the existing assets. The budget also continues to direct more than half of operating expenditure towards core municipal functions of basic services. As we close this term, we should therefore be proud of a city that continues to invest, continue to build, and continue to deliver despite pressures confronting local government. This term has indeed shown great progress in building our city of hope for all. We look forward to continuing this work in the new term. Speaker, I therefore move that Council adopts the August 2026 adjustment budget for the financial year 2026-2027, together with the associated amendments to the IDP financial plan as recommended in the report.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 2. Those in favour of the recommendation? A point of clarity, Councillor. What is your point of clarity?
Mr. Speaker, what will happen in the event that provincial and national treasury do not approve the adjustment request?
It's a council issue. It's not a...
The rollover.
No, okay, all right, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. No, I did mention in my speech, I think the councillor didn't listen, that the CRR, I did mention that there's a CRR.
Councillors, please.
There's a capital replacement reserve that we've put in place that continues this project. So even if it fails, the project shall proceed.
Correct. Okay. So we have the recommendation on page 2. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Are the ANC against? For the record. Okay. The EFF against. Thank you. Anybody else against? PA against. The Good Party is against. And Cape Exit, are you for, against, abstaining, waiving? You against, okay. And Councillor Sali Al-Jamar and the CCC. Okay, thank you very much. Have I missed anybody? Then the recommendation is carried. We move on to item 12, and the first speaker here is Councillor Satarin.
Thank you, Speaker. As the NCC, we welcome the urgent need for dignified houses for the people of Sea Wings and the upgrade of Overcome Heights. But let's be just formalizing informal settlements and deliver dignified homes. We are asked to approve the closure of 9.4 hectares of public land, but we don't know how many housing opportunities will be created or when residents can expect to benefit, let alone the housing model. It cannot be that during construction stages, residents are frustrated, like with the Kabaskra upgrade saga. We told there were no objections for the ads placed, because apparently in this DA's Cape Town meaningful participation is residents are reading these notices while sipping their morning coffee. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we support housing, but residents deserve better. They deserve clarity, consultation, and a clear path to dignified homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor Alderman. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Alderman, and fellow councillors. While the opposition sits on the sidelines paying lip service to our most vulnerable residents, this DA-led administration puts its money, its policies, and its political will into delivering for the poor. Today, I am proud to speak in support of the recommendation before us regarding the proposed closure of Earth 175151, situated at St. Patrick Avenue in Sea Wings. Under the decisive leadership of our Executive Mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, this land has been allocated to a project that I am extremely passionate about, the Overcome Heights Housing Project. It can only be a good news story. For over 20 years, more than 10,000 residents have called the informal settlement of Overcome Heights their home. It is a vibrant, diverse community made up of wonderful, hardworking people who have waited far too long for a home. They deserve far more than temporary relief. Across our city, we know the immense weight of the housing crisis. That crisis is felt acutely every single day by families in Overcome Heights, living in overcrowded conditions, exposed to fires, flooding, and harsh winters. This piece of land, known as Italy Sportsfield, is urgently needed to make the Overcome Heights housing project a living reality. This land has a checkered history. In 2017, the site was developed into a smart park at a substantial investment of 7.6 million. This was meant to be a vibrant recreational space for our youth and children, a much-needed sports facility for our communities to come together, play soccer and other sports. Instead, relentless vandalism and brazen criminality stripped it bare. It was carried away brick by brick. It has become gangsters' paradise, used as a killing field. That is why this formal closure is so critical. Leaving this land leaves it entirely exposed. It leaves city assets open to further destruction, criminal opportunism, and the very real risk of unlawful land occupations that would permanently derail any future development. By approving this closure today, we are taking decisive action to secure, manage, and safeguard this land parcel. We are drawing a clear line against lawlessness, protecting the property so that it can be developed without disruption. Our communities in Hillview, Seawinds, and Overcome Heights deserve far better than an abandoned battleground. Approving the closure of this earth allows this administration to do what we do best, deliver dignity. It means lifting families out of informality and providing them with formal, secure tenure, reliable basic services, vital social infrastructure, and well-planned, functional community spaces that our families can truly cherish. With all internal departments in full alignment, comprehensive public participation successfully concluded, and notably not a single objection received from our communities, the mandate before us is clear. Madam Speaker, let us take this step today to use Italy Sportsfield for permanent homes, long-term safety, and restored dignity for our people. I move this item.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 607. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? No one is against the recommendation. Thank you. It's carried unanimously. We move on to item Cape Exit. Are you against the recommendation?
Abstaining.
You're abstaining. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item 14 with a recommendation on page 626. And the first speaker here is Councillor Kaseka.
Madam Speaker, I raise on behalf of the ANC to express our concern regarding item C140826. Let me make it clear from the very onset. The ANC is not opposing the projects or infrastructure development. We support projects that improve service delivery and benefit the residents of Cape Town. Our concern is with the procurement process and the circumstances surrounding the 10-09-206 2024-2025, in particular with the High Court order granted on the 24 April, case number 2026-063141, declared the original award package 1 ranking invalid and set it aside and substituted by another company. Council is being asked to approve contracts worth approximately 100 million over 5 financial years. That is a significant amount of public money. As the ANC, we have a responsibility to ensure that this money is managed transparently, lawfully, and responsibly. We therefore believe that the administration must provide clear answers about what went wrong, what lessons have been learned, and what safeguards are now in place to prevent similar issues in the future. Honorable Speaker, our position is not about stopping development. It's about ensuring accountability. We want this project to succeed, but we also want to ensure that every rand of public money is protected and delivers value to the people of Cape Town. In conclusion, therefore, the ANC's concern is simple that before Council commits approximately 100 million, we must have sufficient assurances that procurement concerns have been properly addressed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wells.
Speaker, the DA supports this item. At its core, this report is about a simple principle. If you want quality infrastructure, you need qualified people. Across South Africa, we've seen what happens when municipalities abandon that principle. When you hire an engineer, you get engineering. When you hire a project manager, you get project management. But when you hire a cater clown, you get a circus. And residents are left to deal with the consequences. Roads are never finished. The sewage pump station never working. The water treatment plant fails. The project is years behind schedule. The budget given excuses instead of services. Struggle credentials do not qualify you to build highways, bridges, and water reservoirs. Political loyalties cannot lay pipelines. That is why this contract matters. This framework gives Cape Town access to specialized expertise that will help the city plan better, deliver faster, avoid costly mistakes, and get better value from every rand invested in infrastructure. The report specifically speaks to reducing delays, avoiding rework, improving project delivery, and strengthening oversight. And perhaps that is the difference between Cape Town and many ANC municipalities. Where others see procurement as a feeding trough, we see it as a tool to deliver services to our residents. Where others deploy cadres, we appoint professionals. Where others explain failure, Cape Town delivers results. Residents do not care about excuses. They want the taps to work, the roads to function, and the infrastructure that they pay for to last. This contract helps ensure that that happens. For those reasons, we support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 626. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Goods against? PAs against? Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried, and we move on to item 15. And our first speaker is Councillor Duka.
Let me take this. Good day, Speaker. Let me greet the House at large. Speaker, item before us is the proposal memorandum of understanding between the City of Cape Town and the independent power producer. While spreading the money of energy supply is a matter this council must consider. have a duty to interrogate not only a plan of agreement, but it's a choice of the resident we serve. Our concern as ANC is that Benefit appears to build an institution while by the citizen on the ground. The evidence before us is already raising the red flag. In area where residents purchased an electricity through the City of Cape Town, they receive a smaller number of units per rent. Stand that those who purchase direct from the ESCOM, it's a big difference. The question we must ask is, if the city will not making direct capital investment into the IPP project, in what tangible way will this arrangement be beneficial to ratepayers and indigenous households? Without that clarity, we risk endorsing a model where residents pay more for less. Speaker, this has the appearance of a wolf in a sheep clothing. It is presented as energy security and innovation, yet it may result in increase of tariff pressure on every people who at least afford it. Speaker, it is therefore our responsibility is to warn the residents of Cape Town against the decision that may undermine their financial well-being. We have seen time and again how policy positions shift, and administrators that speak on affordable today may pursue as agenda tomorrow that is not immediately visible to the public. As we approach the upcoming local government election, Council must be mindful of mandate we hold. The voters will judge us not by the memorandum we sign, but the lived impact of home decision in their homes. For those reasons, I submit this in this council. We should reject this MOU, its current form, and the resident must consider the ballot whether the current administrator acting in their best financial interest. I propose that before any agreement is concluded, ANC demands a full cost of benefit analysis comparing with city bills versus direct ESCOM supply over 5 years of period. Number two, a clarity of capital contribution from the city and guarantees against pass-through costs of consumers. Number three, a public participation that goes
Thank you, Councillor Sisela.
Communities and understand the tariff implications.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I must say that Councillor Duga is disappointing me because it's part of the portfolio. Wait, he is part of the portfolio.
He's not here to pressure you.
A lot of the meetings.
Councillors, please. Councillors, let the speaker speak.
At this point, he should know and understand that where a resident has bought electricity expecting a certain number of units and they get less, it is our way as the city to recover because there's a debt that needs to be recovered. And that we're not going to apologize for. But speaking to the item, I've noted that he was asking what is the benefit. So let's get to the benefit in dealing with this.
Okay, Councillor, just hold that thought. Councillor Dembuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I still rise on 32.1.
What is your point of order?
Without the laughter on it, Councillor Sulelo's laptop is a stiffer of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you. That's not a point of order. Laptop
it
is
is.
not frozen.
No,
It's
it is.
working.
Here we are not supposed to be having any logo of a political party.
Than't you.
Here we are not supposed to be having.
You. That's not a point of order. That's not a point of order. Thank you. Councillor Sisela, you may continue.
If that's the case, then I can work.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what you are saying. Is that to put on our logos? To put on our logos.
Councillor, yes, it is not a point of order. Thank you. Councillor Sisulu.
Speaker, as we end this term, Before it even started, there were commitments that the mayor has made to the residents of Cape Town. And one of those commitments was to end load shedding over time. And by over time, we didn't mean decades of no service. We meant that we had a plan to end Eskom's monopoly. And I rise in strong support of this item because overtime has already started. Speaker, this is not simply another procurement item before the council. It is about securing the future of Cape Town electricity supply. It is about whether we are prepared to continue doing what we've been doing or we are prepared for change, to build a different city, a more resilient city. This contract provides 40 megawatts of electricity over 20 years, and Councillor Tuga has asked, where is the benefit? The benefit is estimated at 1.7 billion compared to the projected Eskom tariffs. We've already heard the mayor saying that the national minister has actually confirmed that over the years we have experienced 900% increase on Eskom, and we refuse to be part of that circus. I understand that a 20-year contract is a serious commitment, but responsible financial management does not mean refusing to invest. We cannot complain about Eskom's increases and refuse to create alternatives. We cannot speak about energy security while remaining dependent on Eskom. We cannot tell our residents that we want affordable and reliable electricity and then refuse to invest. At some point, political leadership must make hard decisions. For those of you who are nervous, there are provisions protecting the city's interest on the report should the generator not comply. So this is not just the city writing a check. It is a structured long-term investment. Speaker, I want to recognize the officials that have worked on all the IPP projects. Because when we come to this council, we always debate the item, but forget the hard work that actually takes place behind the scenes to make sure that we have a proper report for us to consider. The city has always made it very clear that we do not want to be dependent on Eskom. This item takes those commitments from the pages of our strategies and puts them into action. And today, this council has an opportunity to say, yes, we support less dependence on Eskom. Yes, we are prepared to make long-term investments that secure the city of Cape Town's energy future. I therefore move the recommendations.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 659. Councillor Haynes, point of clarity.
Yes, please. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want clarity from Councillor Selelo. Did she confirm here, or is she saying to us here that council, people are getting less units because we are punishing them for debt that they are owing the city of Cape Town?
Councillor Susela, can you clarify that for the council?
I did not say that the city is punishing anyone. I said that where you buy electricity and expecting a certain number of units and you get less, it is the city of Cape Town trying to recover a debt that the customer is always aware of. And I challenge anyone here to come and say it is false.
Thank you. That's part of our policy in terms of debt recovery, which has been set in precedent in law. So we move on. The recommendation is on page 659. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? EFF's against. Sorry, are you PA? PA. Okay, Councillor Haynes? Against? The ANC is against. Okay. Anybody else against? The CCC is against? And Good is against. Okay. Is there anybody I'm missing? The PA, we've got you. Okay. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 16 and the first... Sorry, I can't see you behind the camera. Thank you. We've got you now. Thank you for looking out for them. Okay. PAC 2. All right. Councillor Denisa. Item 16. Shall I put in your card in the other way around?
Yeah, I think I'm on now.
Okay, you were on. What happened?
Yeah.
There you go. Carry on.
No, I'm on now, Minister. Thank you very much. I've been trying so hard to be on.
I'm on. Yeah, I'm on. Madam Speaker, this item is about awarding of contract which will incur financial obligation beyond the budget cycle contract, which will supply, install, and maintain of information technology services management. Madam Speaker, after a decade of trial and error, City of Cape Town has finally realized that smart city strategies, including maintenance of vulnerability management, which install and maintain of information technology services, which provide services to connect customers as ongoing support and maintenance of essential services, such as supply, implementation, and ongoing maintenance of ITSM solutions, including software, licensing system implementation, deployment, user training, and other professional support services. ANC, we hope, as the ANC, Madam Speaker, we hope this contract is not just about installing and supplying digital interfaces in traditional infrastructure or streamlining city operation. We also hope this contract is about using technology and data to make better decisions and enhance service delivery to the residents of Cape Town. And the ANC will support the recommendation to Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alderman Pringle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to presume that I'm audible. Burgemeester Jordan Neil Lewis se openingsrede het die DA verskil uitgelig. Gefokus daarop om oor alle gemeenskappe heen met alle gemeenskappe en die private sector saam te werk om mense te help om hul lewens te verbeter. Speaker, that vision and this item indicates a clear alternative view who see the state as the be-all and end-all of service delivery and their own private fiefdom to be looted as they wish, and then wind up in front of the Matlanga Commission and other commissions and then the criminal courts. I did find it interesting that Councillor Deniso refers to the use of technology and data in a favorable, generally speaking, and the leader of his caucus, particularly earlier today, made very disparaging remarks about the city's use of technology. So it's heartening that there seems to be been a change of mind, just 3 or 4 items later. So Speaker, this item does seek council approval in terms of Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act to conclude a long-term contract for the supply, implementation, and maintenance of a modern information technology service management solution. Council approval is required because the contract extends beyond the normal 3-year budget cycle. Now, Speaker, I'm really going to resist the obvious temptation to speak about frozen laptops, which appears to be a hazard afflicting some members of Parliament currently facing serious criminal charges. Did I say, I didn't even mention
Councillors, please.
Not to mention, of course, the fact that the same politician is facing potential defamation suits for their inability to keep their mouths as zipped.
Councillor Benki, I'm naming you for the 3rd time. 29.3.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA, on the other hand, has a good story to tell in this item because we know that constant innovation is vital to ensure long-term sustainability. And that is precisely what the DA Elections Manifesto seeks to indicate. No catered deployment, no jobs for pals, and no 31 million rand luxury holidays to the World Cup. Abantu bafuna amanzi, bafuna ubani, bafuna indawo yoku. Mfondini, mamela kahle, ndiza kuthetha, ndizakuphinda. Bafuna indawo yokuhlala ecocekileyo and ekhuselekileyo. It is these basic services which the DA delivers across all communities. The city currently manages IT incidents and service requests across 3 separate legacy systems. This fragmented environment results in duplicated efforts, higher support and licensing costs, operational silos, and limited reporting capability. The proposed solution will consolidate these environments into a single, modern, integrated platform, unlike the very divided political parties over there on our right. This project also addresses the risk of aging and end-of-life platforms and I'm really not going to go there and see about end of life, but anyway, ensuring that the city moves to a supported and sustainable solution for the future. Speaker, in an election year, it is easy to make promises. The DA's record in Cape Town is about doing the less glamorous work as well, modernizing systems, controlling costs, and building a municipality capable of delivering. And when we consider that the city has just broken its own record for infrastructure spend, let alone beating all the other metros, it's clear under the DA the city definitely delivers for all. Ngabantu bonke, for all the people and for all the events. The impact of this kind of work and investment is clear in the improved metrics across all departments and increased delivery across all communities. The MyCity bus service expansion between Wynberg, Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha. The massive record-breaking investment in underground water and sanitation across the city, from the Helderberg to Mitchells Plain and Bloberg and Atlantis and Gugulethu. And the human settlements development in areas such as Delft, Belhar, to mention just some areas. Now, it is important, Speaker, that we focus on the three important questions we are being asked to decide here. And that is that we agree that this city will derive financial and operational benefit from the contract, approve the conclusion of the contract for the tender, and authorize the city manager or nominee to execute the necessary contractual documentation. So, Speaker, I so move in terms of those three recommendations.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 975. Those in favor of the recommendations? Thank you. Those against the recommendations? The PA?
Against.
The EFF? Against?
Good against.
The CCC is against. Good is against. And the recommendation is carried. Thank you. We move on to item 17, and the first speaker and only speaker on this item is Alderman Ace. Alderman Ace, try putting your card in the other way around. On a positive note, at least after this meeting, the chambers will be revamped.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My label is upside down, so it doesn't take much to confuse it along that day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The system of delegations is one of the key instruments that enables the city's administration and political structures to function efficiently, lawfully, and accountably. As our organization evolves and as legislation and operational requirements change, it is both necessary and responsibly that we periodically review and update these delegations. This is particularly important in a city as large and complex as Cape Town, where decisions have a direct impact on millions of residents, businesses, and communities. Good governance is not only measured through audit outcomes, it is reflected in the systems we put in place that ensure that decisions are taken by the right people, at the right level, for the right reasons, and that those decisions can be properly accounted for. And this is precisely why this item matters. The report confirms that a comprehensive review was undertaken with input from various departments across the organization. These submissions were considered by the delegation task team to ensure that the proposed amendments remain aligned with legislative requirements, operational needs, and best practice. At this point, Madam Speaker, I wish to submit the following amendment. That the paragraph on page 19, which refers to page 16, which refers to specific delegations for Urban Waste Management Portfolio Committee, be deleted and added to page 14, specific delegations. In addition, there has been an omission, but the page was emailed to all the councillors, and you will have received it unless you experience Fidelian challenges. That is part 43, Supply Chain Management and Adjudication Committee. It was approved by Maker, but we have emailed it to everybody. Importantly, these amendments are not a dramatic shift in policy direction. They are a practical refreshment that will strengthen administrative effectiveness, clarify responsibilities, and ensure that decision-making authority rests at the appropriate level. I so move the item, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can we then take that recommendation as amended on page 17? Those in favour? You're happy. I'm glad you're happy, Councillor Haynes. I'd hate you to leave on a bad note. All right, thank you. The recommendation's carried. Is anyone against? EFF's against, Goods against. Otherwise, everybody else, CCC's against. Thank you. Then we move on to the next item, which is item 22, with a recommendation on page 125. And the first speaker is Councillor Eugen.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors. Having carefully considered the report on this item, which captures only a fraction of what is actually happening on the ground at the Tini Meyer bypass bridge in Bellville, the Freedom Front Plus is left with no choice but to support the demolition of the Haven Night Shelter, despite having one of the best track records in rehabilitating heroin users. We do so not because we have given up the fight, but because the former Haven Shelter has become unsafe, severely vandalized, and continues to impose financial implications onto the city, as highlighted in the report. This includes an amount of 169,000 rand per month just on security alone, which is completely ludicrous since the security failed to safeguard the building from vandalism and theft. The Haven Shelter was there long before the situation spiraled out of control on the Tini Meyer Bridge in Bellville. Field workers employed by the Haven Night Shelter went into these areas day and night, often risking their own lives trying to reach some of the most hardcore drug addicts and people trapped in criminal activity and prostitution. What was once a night shelter that tried to rehabilitate and help the homeless has now been swallowed by the very chaos it was meant to fight. The City of Cape Town and PRASA have been tied up in lengthy court battles with NGOs challenging the removal of these structures in courts. The reality on the ground is that the situation continues to deteriorate, with homeless people being left exposed to crime, drugs, and prostitution. Let us be clear, Speaker. When the removal of these structures is stopped, we are not protecting the homeless, we are trapping them. We therefore call on every sphere of government to immediately establish a permanent multidisciplinary task team dedicated specifically to tackling this crisis in Bellville. For far too long, the residents and businesses in Bellville have carried the burden of the escalating crime and lawlessness, while government continues to point fingers at one another. We need to be more proactive and not reactive. If the city, along with other spheres of government, was more proactive, we could save the city millions of rands. The Freedom Front Plus firmly believes that Bellville can be restored to what it once was. It does not have to remain the forgotten child in the city of Cape Town. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that we were forewarned in the scriptures that in the last days that good will be called evil and evil will be called good. And as public office bearers...
Councillors.
Speaker, I know when God's word goes forth, people start to manifest. Thank you. We must decide where we stand. Will we allow lawlessness to continue in our city, or will we stand firm in upholding the rule of law and protecting the very citizens who elected us to serve? And I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Visser. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cotti first.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Please don't miss me. We have not seen each other for years, so please don't miss me. Speaker, Mayor, councillors, members of the public, although the ANC agree with this item to demolish the night shelter in Gala, just want to remind the Mayor or ask him in below Tini Meyer bypass. Has the mayor ever been to that particular area in Bellville recently? And this will cause a severe problem in terms of our disadvantaged poorest of the poor staying in the Bellville and surrounding area. Yesterday, people indicated there are 50 families staying under the pass in this night shelter. And the main question was asking, wanneer toe gaan ons nadat hulle die gebou afgegooi het? But now, we have Councillor Mus, that was your whole...
Councillor Kleinschmidt, I'm naming you for the first time.
Thank you, Speaker. And that is under your sub-council, Councillor Mus. Now we want to blame the city and its department for the state of affairs of this night shelter. Why is it the city and its department allowed the current unhealthy, dilapidated condition to continue until today? And now we want to demolish the facility. The mayor indicated earlier in his speech that the city has 1,300 beds available. But I would say that that's maybe just in the Cape Town CBD. And unfortunately, we don't see it in the Bellville area. This is what we call the well-run and caring city. The Haven NGO has 15 shelters around the city of Cape Town. And the shelter makes provision for temporary shelter, rehabilitation, wellness, and family reunification services, physical care and support available to adults living in the streets. In the report also stating that the city of Cape Town is allocating currently 100 million rand, 97 to be precise, in this financial year 2025, 2026, 2027, but nothing for Bellville homeless people. It also states that the facility currently is valued at it was valued at 7.5 million, but currently it's only costing the city 750,000 rand.
Councillors.
Listen carefully. The facility was valued at 7.5 million rand. 7.5 million rand. It's now only estimated at 750,000 rand. And that is how the city is throwing away taxpayers' money. Taxpayers' money. Listen carefully, please. And that is how the city of Cape Town, their administration is caring for the poorest of the poor. Speaker, to conclude, the ANC do support this issue of disposal of the demolition of the structure. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fisher. Councillor Kyle. I'm naming you for the first time. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the proposed item of the demolishing of the old Haven structure in Bellville. Currently, it is vandalized, and we support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor would like to respond. Councillors, please. Councillor Coles.
Can I say, Madam Speaker, that there's a great deal of what Councillor Eugen said that I really agree with and endorse. The idea that these NGOs who think that they are doing good by keeping homeless people on the street and prolonging those evictions, they are doing profound harm. They're doing profound harm to the people involved, and they're doing profound harm to the city. So I really agree with him on that. But where I disagree with him is this idea that we are wasting time pointing fingers at one another. That is simply not borne out by the facts, Councillor Eugen. We have taken action across the city, the length and breadth of the city, even when the land is not ours, as is the case there at Tinimea, I'm afraid. The land is not ours, but we have taken legal action to try to force an eviction. We have done so there. We have done so at the Transnet land along the N1, which is a very, very concerning illegal occupation. And I don't know whether Councillor Eugen and other councillors are aware that once again, one of those NGOs has appealed that judgment. And it is now going to the Supreme Court, which means that it will be delayed a long, long time, as we will have to wait for an appeal date at the Supreme Court. So this is what happens when you try to do the right thing by the city, and these well-meaning, I'm sure that they're very well-meaning people, but they have no idea actually how to build a city and you get it working for everyone. And they're doing profound harm. But we are not wasting our time pointing fingers, Councillor. We are taking action. So just off the top of my head, at Tini Meyer, at Transnet land at the N1, at Public Works land opposite the castle, that terrible condition of the land at Darling Street, at the Emporium land in Constantia, opposite Constantia Emporium, many other pieces of land which are not city land parcels at all. Nevertheless, we are the ones taking action to try and force some progress. Of course, we must go through the court process. That is a lengthy process. We cannot just act as vigilantes, but we are certainly not sitting on our hands. That is incorrect.
Thank you for that clarity. All right, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 125. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Is there anybody against the recommendation? No. Goods against? You abstaining with concerns? EFF?
Abstain.
Abstain. All right, thank you. And the Al-Jawad?
Against.
Thank you very much. Okay, so have I missed anybody? All right, the recommendation's carried. We move on to item 23, and the recommendation there is on page 155, and the first speaker is Councillor Daniels. Try putting your card in the other way around.
Honorable Speaker, fellow colleagues, beloved Capetonians, I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance and on behalf of every forgotten family in Bellville to oppose C-2308-2026. For 27 years, since 1999, informal car traders stood on that piece of Lantjie in Stikland. They have fed their children from there, they have sent their kids to school from there, they have built dreams on their dusty soil, and now, with a stroke of a pen, this council wants to snatch it away. What will they eat is the questions. Where will they go? Will you tell the children that daddy has no job because the city needed a bus stop? And what about the taxi industry, Madam Speaker? Hardworking men and women who move the city every single day. Have you spoken to them? Have you asked them how this will destroy their roots, their income, their families? No. You have ignored them. You have dismissed them. And the Patriotic Alliance will never ignore our own people. The city speaks of, quote-unquote, stakeholder engagement. These are empty words. Where is the plan? Where is the compensation? And where is the dignity? In fact, the question should be asked, where is the public participation policy that the city purports to have? It does not. We are treating our own people like garbage, like they are disposable, invisible, and worthless. The PA says no, and we will not stand by while the poor are crushed for the convenience of the rich. We demand a proper impact assessment, we demand a proper relocation with compensation, and we demand real consultation, not just a tick box exercise. Let this council not be remembered as the one that crushed the poor. Let it be remembered as the day that the PA stood up, and we therefore stand with the people and reject this proposal. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
Councillor Van Zyl. Councillors? Councillor Van der Rede, I am naming you for the first time. Councillor Van Zyl.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Mayor, members of my colleagues and fellow Capetonians. Just maybe for the PA's sake, before I start my speech, to say there was actually quite a number of engagements and even open days where everybody was invited, as well as those poor illegal traders on that specific site. And then also that the long distance buses is not taxi people. They are people that has businesses that take people from one city to another, as well as across borders. So please don't be disillusioned by the comments made by my colleague. The item before Council today is for the in-principle approval for the transfer of the remaining of Earth 13601 Stikland Bellville via a competitive process. Please note, a competitive process for the purpose of a long-distance bus terminus. I'm a proud resident of Bellville, an area which is remembered by the elderly residents as a vibrant city. Yes, for those that didn't know, Bellville received, as a result of continued commercial successes and population growth, city status in 1979 already. The opening of the railway line from Cape Town in the 1860s have transformed the original vital resting place into a permanent settlement, and the town was named Bellville in 1861 in honor of Charles Davison Bell, who was also famous for the designing of the triangle Cape of Good Hope postage stamp. So you may ask, why this history lesson? To understand the importance of Bellville as a transport hub, as part of the city's broader public transport objectives, it is important to know why Bellville as a settlement was established and has flourished over the last 165 years. It is clear from history that transport has played a crucial role in the establishment of the settlement, the area called Bellville today, a legacy which started in the 17th century with the Hartlekraaltjie outspan and the watering hole 12 miles from central Cape Town, where travellers rested ox-drawn carts, to the current day and age, where the Bellville PTI roughly handles between 108 and 162,000 unique daily commuters every day. That's where the taxis are, Councillor Daniels. And the importance of Bellville as a transport hub, as identified in the current comprehensive integrated transport plan for the city, is not limited to only daily commuters. Bellville is also one of the principal long-distance passenger transport hubs, accommodating more than 11,000 long-distance bus trips annually, representing, at the date and time of drafting of the plan, approximately 30% of the city's market. And as no specific details of the current number of commercial bus trips by South African-based bus companies and other cross-border buses are available, the number could be significantly higher. As the need for a permanent long-distance bus terminus in Bellville to improve the safety, efficiency, and long-term management of intercity bus operations were identified, the assessment undertaken by Urban Mobility has identified the remainder of Earth 13601 Cyclone as a preferred site for further investigation. The strategic accessibility surrounding land use context and ability to accommodate the operational requirements made the site suitable as a potential development opportunity. The purpose of the proposed transaction is determined through transparent and competitive process supported by the necessary technical investigations whether the site is capable to deliver the strategic important long-distance bus terminus supported by complementary mixed-use development. The site offers the potential to accommodate up to 10 bus holding bays, together with passenger facilities including sheltered waiting areas, ticketing facilities, ablutions, operational offices, and dedicated pick-up and drop-off areas, as well as approximately 8,000 square meters of complementary mixed-use development with a potential 4,000 to 5,000 lettable retail and commercial floor spaces, together with parking, circulation areas, open public spaces, landscaping, and the necessary municipality services and servitudes. The interface with the nearby industrial areas and proximity to the major transport routes, the R300, N1 and N2, further enhance the suitability of the Stickland site. This proposal is aligned with the MSDF vision for Bellville as a metropolitan node and a major public transport hub where investment, economic development, land use intensification, and improved transport infrastructure is encouraged. And the above aforementioned makes sense in development and building a prosperous city in a specific area, and at the same time,
Thank you,
there is
Councillor.
exciting challenges in the area.
Time. Thank you. But thanks for the enthusiasm.
Speaker, I strongly support this item.
Thank you. Page, recommendations on page 155. Those in favour of the recommendation? Is there anybody against the recommendation? The EFF? The PA? ARA? CCC? Good. you. Have I missed anybody? No. All right. Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is item 30, and the recommendations on page 564. And the first speaker here is Councillor Goliath.
Speaker, the donation of a portion of the Tusong Centre in Atlantis to the Western Cape government is welcome, because public assets must serve the public. Atlantis residents protested because the future of this facility was uncertain, while public resources stood underutilized. With the city bringing in social development or social development back in essential services resuming, we must ask, why did it take public pressure to get here? We also welcome the return of services, while noting that Home Affairs is seeking alternative accommodation. But the timing of this donation raised a legitimate question. With both the city and the province being governed by the DA, one should ask, is this good governance or just electioneering? The donation must come with firm conditions guaranteeing public access, service delivery, and accountability. Atlantis deserve public facilities and not political trophies. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nayendi. Your mic is not on. Councillor, just wait a second there, he's going to help you. Just put your card in the other way around with the name facing in. Now turn the mic on.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, today the ANC supports the proposed donation of a portion of F8813 Westerfield, the Atlantis Tucson Center. This donation is going to the Western Cape government to ensure that continued provision of essential social services to the people of Atlantis and surrounding areas are provided. This is more than a property matter, Madam Speaker. It is a victory for the community, a victory for public participation, and for the thousands of residents who rely on the services provided at the Tusong Center. For many years, Madam Speaker, this facility has served as a vital point of access to government and social services, particularly for the unemployed elderly persons, people living with disabilities, women and young people. The ANC, Madam Speaker, also wishes to acknowledge the more than 25,000 residents of Atlantis and surrounding areas who raised their voices and stood together to protect this important community asset. When concerns arose about its future, the people of Atlantis made it clear that this facility must remain dedicated to serving the community. Phumani kule nto yenu yobhubhudla zonke properties zikamasipala sinijongile. Madam Speaker, the collective effort reminds us of an important democratic principle that says there is nothing for us without us. Communities must be consulted on the decisions that affect their lives, and their voices must be heard when public assets are concerned. Abahlali mabengenziwa amathwasa. The outcome before us today demonstrates the power of community activism and meaningful public participation. It shows that when residents organize and engage, they can help shape decisions and safeguard the resources that are essential to their well-being. The ANC, therefore, Madam Speaker, believes that the public asset should always be used to meet the needs of our people. We therefore welcome a solution that secures the future of Atlantis Tusong Center and the critical services it is providing. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the ANC supports this donation, congratulates the people of Atlantis and surrounding areas on their collective effort, and welcomes a decision that places the interest of the community and the people and the protection of vital public services first. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Newman. Councillor Newman there? No? Moving on?
Speaker,
Okay, so are you going to speak? Carry on.
Speaker, it's good we rise to support this item that public land is used for public good. Unfortunately, this has not been the case over the past 5 years. We therefore support this proposal of transfer of the Atlantis Tucson Center to the Western Cape Government Department of Social Development. This is a victory worth naming properly, because it did not start in this chamber, it did not start with this Mako, it started with the people of Atlantis. Last year, residents lived at this facility was at risk of disposal. More than 10,000 residents signed their names to say, no, this facility belongs to us and it must stay open. Speaker, we must consider this decision with the historical and socio-economic context of Atlantis. Atlantis was created during apartheid, you remember, Speaker, as an industrial township deliberately located far from the economic center of Cape Town. Many families who came to Atlantis were displaced, Speaker, from parts of the city where they were promised housing and employment. Yet this reality was one of isolation, limited service, unemployment, and economic hardship. That history matters. It matters because people are still displaced and far from opportunities. The Atlantis community has carried the consequences of spatial inequality for generations. Even today, socio-economic challenges remain significant, with unemployed households, poverty placing enormous pressure on families. That is why we believe this facility must be viewed not simply as a transfer of a municipal asset, but as a social infrastructure serving a community that needs government services to be accessible and within reach. The proposal before us will ensure continued provisions of social welfare services, departmental offices, public arrangements, and access to...
Thank you. Councillor Reis.
Good day, Speaker and colleagues. Thank you so much. The proposed transfer by way of donation of a portion of the ERB 8813 in Westphalia to the Western Cape Government is really what is at hand here. The City of Cape Town and the Western Cape Government has reached an in-principle agreement on the proposed future arrangement of the Atlantis Tucson Center, thus ensuring that the facility remains a public asset dedicated to serving the community. Now, just for those that don't know, the Tucson Center is 30 years old, established in 1995. But the crux is, the proposed transaction between the two spheres of government will strengthen the long-term sustainability of the facility. That is quite key. Safeguard access to essential services and create opportunities to expand social development programs for the residents of Atlantis. The Mayoral Committee member for Economic Opportunity, Alderman James Force, noted that the in-principle agreement reflects a shared commitment to putting communities first. From the outset, our priority has been to ensure that the Tucson Center continues to serve the people of Atlantis. My colleague Alderman Force confirms that we have been able to reach this in-principle understanding with the Western Cape Government regarding the city's proposed donation of the property, enabling it to continue delivering and expanding vital social services to this facility. This is a practical example of different spheres of government working together in the public interest. Rather than disposing of the property for commercial purposes, we have chosen a solution that safeguards this public purpose and provides certainty for the community well into the future. I have worked closely with my provincial colleagues, as to my colleague, to help drive the outcome because our focus has always been clear: protecting access to essential services while creating greater social and economic opportunities for the people of Atlantis. Now, This in-principle agreement, Madam Speaker, is a tangible demonstration of our joint commitment to using public assets for the greater benefit of our citizens. The Department of committed to the long-term preservation and maintenance, which was quite key and neglected in the past, of the Atlantis Tourism Centre, ensuring it remains safe, well-maintained, and a high-quality facility that continues to serve the community for many, many more years to come. Although the public participation is not a statutory agreement for the transfer of the property between organs of state, both the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government recognise the significant public interest in this matter and will remain committed to transparent communication throughout the process. In conclusion, Speaker, the DA highlights consistent basic services, confirming that where the DA governs, services work. I support this item. Speaker, I therefore move that Council approve the transfer of this item as contained on the recommendation on page 564. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the recommendation. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Anybody against? EFF? You're not against?
We support the item.
You support the item?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. You're supporting the item? Excuse me?
Supporting the item.
You're supporting the item. All right. Is there anybody against the item?
Abstain.
Mr. Jacobs? Abstain. Oh, you against?
Abstain.
You're abstaining. Thank you. All right. The recommendation is carried. Councillor Little, are you changing your mind?
No, ma'am, I just want to let my colleagues know across the way there that we don't just agree rubbish. We have drunk the Kool-Aid yet.
Thank you. All right, we've taken note of that, and we're moving forward. Councillors, item 35, recommendation on page 828, and the first speaker here is Councillor Cannon.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, the Ludi's Creative Week has been one of Cape Town's mainstay events since we came out of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. It has been one of the events that has emerged strongly from the restrictions that were imposed and has grown from strength to strength over the last 5 years that it has been hosted here in Cape Town. Madam Speaker, the Ludi's Creative Week is recognized as Africa and the Middle East premier platform for recognition, rewarding, inspiring, and fostering creative excellence within the advertising, brand communications, marketing design, and digital innovation sectors. This event is held in a festival format across various venues in the city, including the City Hall and Homecoming Centre, among others. Madam Speaker, the event comprises of a week-long program of activities including judging sessions, industry engagements, seminars, networking opportunities, exhibitions, and the internationally recognized Ludi Award Evening. These engagements also provide valuable educational opportunities for emerging creatives, students, and industry professionals, including students from disadvantaged backgrounds who gain exposure and insight in the various industries. Madam Speaker, the city's support for the Ludi creative work is not only aimed at providing an enabling environment that will allow for greater economic impact for Cape Town, but it's also a commitment to supporting the creative industry, an important catalytic sector for economic growth and jobs, and more jobs. Madam Speaker, the attendance has increased year on year from just under 2,500 in 2021 to over 6,000 attendees in 2025. As an official UNESCO City of Design, Cape Town prides itself on being a metropolitan city that encourages design and creativity, while also providing a platform for creatives to showcase their talents and also celebrate the work of this industry. Madam Speaker, since 2021, the Ludi Creative Work in Cape Town has hosted around 30,000 industry professionals
who get the chance to share ideas with like-minded people from other parts of the continent and the Middle East. Through these partnerships, Cape Town get to reap the economic benefits of having the Luri Week in the city. In 2025, according to BDO verified economic impact assessment, the event generated around 253 million in GDP.
Thank you,
impact.
Councillor. Councillor George.
Thank you, Speaker. Fellow councillors, the ANC recognizes the importance of creative economy and the contribution of the Lorries Creative Week and Lorries Awards to Cape Town. However, Speaker, we must question whether the city's substantial investment is delivering sufficient developmental benefits to communities beyond the established creative industry. Council is being asked to approve a 3-year support agreement, including up to 4.2 million in cash sponsorship for the year of 2026-2027, alongside a waiver of the city-owned venues costs, poster and banner tariffs, and potential parking permit fees. Honorable Speaker, public money must create public value. If we are investing millions of rands into major creative events, the smaller event organizers and emerging creative from disadvantaged communities must be brought into the program. We need a deliberate skills transfer, mentorship, profile building, and collaborative program linking established lotteries participants with local event organizers, young creatives, and small businesses from the Cape Flats and townships. And we must take these opportunities beyond the CBD, Speaker. Why should the economic benefits of major city-sponsored events remain concentrated in established areas when we have enormous creative talent in Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Delft, Nyanga, Mitchell's Plain, Fuleni, Kraaifontein, and communities across the Cape Flats? Speaker, there is also a serious social consequences when we fail to support local event organizers. When community event organizers cannot access public funding, they increasingly become dependent on liquor companies as sponsors, where financial support often comes with expectations of brand promotion and alcohol marketing at community events. This leads to our youth consuming alcohol in an early age. We cannot complain about alcohol abuse and its consequences among our young
Councillor
people.
De Vos. W. De Vos.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city colleagues and people of Cape Town. The Luri Awards Company is an NPC based in Parktown North in Johannesburg. What a shameful reflection it is on Johannesburg that this 48-year-old institution cannot use its home base as a venue. Why? Because Joburg is FUBAR. This is solely thanks to the corruption, maladministration, and ineptocracy of an African National Congress, Economic Freedom Fighters, and Patriotic Alliance coalition, together with a number of rent-seeking cockroach parties as enablers.
Councillors, the councillor is
This
entitled to speak.
coalition of doom and destruction has wreaked havoc on what
Councillors.
used to be the economic heartbeat of Africa. Fortunately, South Africa has a Cape Town. By President Ramaphosa's own admission, the one metro where things still work. So yes, we will embrace this opportunity and we will host the Luris. We will welcome the 6,000 visitors, with 1,000 of these coming from abroad. We will, Councillor George,
Durban is number one when it comes to visitors.
contribution to the GDP as confirmed by BDO. We will enable our local business people to have an opportunity to do business and grow by being suppliers to this magnificent event. We will stimulate the creative arts industry as it is a key industry in our beloved city. We will, by being the only
Councillor
stable,
Palmer, I'm naming you for the first
functional,
time in
and
terms of
performing
you
metro
putting
in
out
South
something.
Africa, create an environment in which the Luri Awards NPC can experience peace of mind, continuity, competence, and planning certainty. And most importantly, we will take the job opportunities that events such as these bring to our people. whilst Dada Moreru's Joburg has bled jobs since 2021, resulting in a net decline of employment opportunities in that metro over the last 5 years. Jordan Hill Lewis's DA-governed city of Cape Town has created a staggering 418,000 new employment opportunities. So before you cast your vote on 4 November, consider this tale of two cities. On the one hand, Joburg, with absolute decay, increasing unemployment and destruction brought to you by the ANC, EFF, PA, and their rats and mice party enablers. And on the other hand, the stable DA-governed city of Cape Town, known for economic growth, ever-increasing employment figures, continuously improving infrastructure, brought to you by this focused and competent DA administration. As the latter is the only option that makes any sense, I urge this House to approve this hosting agreement and encourage our wonderful people to ensure an ever-improving Cape Town by voting DA on 4 November. I thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation, councillors, is on page 828. Those in favour
Speaker.
of the recommendation?
Speaker?
Councillor,
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I just need clarity from the latter speaker. He has just mentioned that the Democratic Alliance has created over 400,000 jobs. I'm not sure if he's contradicting his mayor or what, because the mayor said some of those jobs were created by the private sector.
Thank you.
Can you clarify that for us? Thank you.
so
very
we're
much.
talking about the city as a whole and not who created them.
He said
but we
the
create a
mayor
platform for
created.
growth. Thank you for that. The recommendation on page 828, anybody against? Councillor Dambuza, or is the EFF against? Mr. Mayor, you need to
No,
listen
thank you
to
very
the-
much, Speaker. Councillor Jandela asked a clarity-seeking question, which is on Rule 33.1.1.
Yes.
On the latter speaker.
Yes.
You then place yourself to be that speaker. You can't be that person. Follow the rules of the council
So
sitting.
Councillor Dambuza,
Then
I
that
can
speaker
explain-
can be able to
Can I
give
give you a point
clarity.
of clarity? The mayor had responded to the same question.
No,
Question.
Speaker. No, Speaker.
All right,
The
so you can
question
do it
was
again.
never asked from the mayor. Please use the rules that you want us to use.
But we're repeating
Please,
ourselves. We've already...
please use the rules.
All right.
We are not asking you to use your feelings.
Councillor,
We are not asking for Bold and the Beautiful to use.
Councillor Little, your point of clarity?
Madam Speaker, sorry guys. Madam Speaker, just a clarity point. Did you name me 3 times already or not? Clarity.
For clarity, yes.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, then I've got my card up. Does the corruption that the councillor is referring to include Mark Burks' 4 billion rand? Does it? Because then he should say so, that the DA is as corrupt as the rest of them. And it's actually 4
Thank
more
you,
than 4
Councillor.
billion. I just love it when we talk about other people.
Thank you very much.
And I also want...
Councillor Voter, can you respond to their points of clarity?
Madam Speaker, I can try and explain it to the EFF, but I cannot understand it for them. This administration has created an environment in which business can prosper and in which the employment opportunities increase. And with regards to Councillor Little, ma'am, I wish you a pleasant retirement.
Thank you. The recommendation on page 828, anybody against the recommendation? Good is
Abstain.
against. You're abstaining. Thank you. Al-Jamal? Abstain. Abstain. Anybody else? Thank you. The recommendation's carried. We move on to the next item, item 36, Councillor Stacey.
I can't beat that excitement, but good afternoon, Mayor, Speaker, Councillors, and members of the public. It has been an absolute pleasure to serve on the economic growth portfolio these last 5 years, and this item is the exact excellent example of why. The latest quarterly labour force survey puts unemployment in Cape Town at about 20%, which is a roughly 6% decrease since the beginning of our term, a testament to the well-run DA-led government of the City of Cape Town. Today, this policy seeks to bring that number even lower. This is a policy that is ultimately about much more than just business support. It is about whether Cape Town is a city where someone with an imagination can turn that idea into a business, where a small business can survive and grow, and where the city actively removes barriers that stand between entrepreneurs and opportunity. This business support policy was last approved in 2018. However, our economy and the world has changed drastically since then. These changes have also brought fresh challenges to entrepreneurs, which is exactly why I'm so proud that this policy is being revised. One of the most important objectives is our ambition to make Cape Town the easiest place to do business in the continent of Africa. But that is not simply a slogan, and it cannot just be that. It must be something that business owners actually experience. It means reducing unnecessary regulatory administration barriers. It means clearer processes, better access to business enabling infrastructure, and a city that collaborates with entrepreneurs rather than to find solutions. And this matter particularly is for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. For larger corporations, an administrative delay may also be an inconvenience, but for a small business, that same delay could be a difference between surviving and closing its doors. For someone operating a home-based or informal business, the lack of a compliant alternative can mean losing their livelihood altogether. This policy therefore takes the right approach by looking beyond simply providing business support services. It recognizes that economic growth requires a whole-of-city approach: planning, land, infrastructure, procurement, innovation, workforce development, and partnerships with the private sector all have a role to play. I particularly welcome the focus on city assets and the land support use enterprise, improving access to markets and procurement opportunities, developing entrepreneurial skills, and promoting inclusive and spatial development. Because economic attracting investment into Cape Town, it must also be about ensuring that Cape Townians have equal opportunity to participate in that growth. Honourable Speaker, I'd also like to comment that during the public participation, more than 140 comments were received, with all 20 sub-councils were engaged, and importantly, no objections were received, and the submissions were constructive and helped strengthen the policy. This demonstrates the value of meaningful public participation, but it also gives us an opportunity to be ambitious about what comes next. The policy sets out a framework, but now our challenge is to turn that framework into real economic opportunities. We should be about asking what we can unlock the city land use for, but how to make it easier for small businesses to access markets, how we improve the city's own supply development opportunities, and how we ensure that economic opportunities reach communities across the metro. If this works together in synergy, hey, shush man, and listen for once in your life.
Councillor.
Thanks. Sorry. So, if this works together in synergy, the entrepreneurial experiences that a city is open for business, and in my view, that is exactly where real opportunity lies. Honourable Speaker, I therefore support the approval of this policy. Our task is now to make sure that we continue to remove barriers, unlock opportunities, and create an environment where businesses can start, thrive, and grow. Because where businesses grow, they create jobs. Thus, on the 4th of November, the electorate only have one logical choice to make: to vote for the only party in South Africa that actually reduces unemployment, the DA. As such, I move this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The item is agreed, so we're moving on. Item 38. The first speaker here is Councillor Lombard.
Madam Speaker, I speak today in support of the adoption of the Cape Town Municipal Planning Amendment Bylaw of 26. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the extensive public participation undertaken during this process. Residents, ratepayer associations, civic orgs, industry professionals, architects, and developers all took the opportunity to engage with these proposed amendments. Whilst views differed, the overwhelming message was clear. Cape Townians want a planning system that is transparent, accountable, fair, and legally sound. That is exactly what these amendments seek to achieve. The municipal planning bylaw has served Cape Town since 2015.
Speaker.
Councillor Anstey.
On the screen is written that Councillor Lombard is from the ANC.
Councillor. Just conclude.
Thank you. Since 2015, over time, experience has highlighted areas where clarification, correction, improvement were needed. Allows us to learn that implementation and continuously improve the legislation that guides our DA-led city. One of the most significant improvements before us today is greater transparency and ground building plan approvals. Currently, many residents only become aware of an approval when construction has already begun. These amendments introduce public notification of approvals and providing neighbouring property owners with access to approved plans and the reasons behind decisions. Transparency is not a threat to good governance. Transparency strengthens trust in government. These amendments also improve administrative fairness by creating a clearer and more structured process for dealing with administrative errors and rectification requests. This strengthens legal certainty whilst ensuring decisions are managed consistently and responsibly. Importantly, these amendments also correct technical errors and ambiguities that have emerged during the implementation of the bylaw over the past decade. These corrections will help ensure that the city's planning framework remains clear, practical, and fit for purpose. Madam Speaker, it is important to acknowledge that concerns were raised during the public participation. Officials carefully considered these submissions and responded to them. In several instances, concerns were raised based on misunderstandings about what these amendments are intended to achieve. These amendments do not create a new approval process. They create greater transparency, where previously there was limited visibility. No bylaw is ever final. Our planning framework must continue evolving as Cape Town grows and changes. The possibility of future refinement is not a reason to reject meaningful progress today. Colleagues, planning legislation is always about balance. A balance between transparency and privacy, a balance between public interest and legal certainty, a balance between accountability and administrative efficiency. These amendments strike that balance responsibly. Our DA Cape Town is a growing city, and with that growth comes both opportunity and responsibility. We need planning legislation that is modern, transparent, legally robust, and capable of supporting sustainable development. These amendments move us in that direction. For those reasons, I respectfully ask Council to support the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. What is the point of public participation? Does it actually mean anything to the DA? Well, these amendments are passed today. I'm afraid to say the answer is no. I raised many serious concerns about these amendments a few weeks ago. But more importantly, the public has raised many serious concerns about these amendments in the public participation process. I would like to remind the DA that we are servants of the people. Public participation is a mechanism by which we can accurately see what communities want and don't want. It blows my mind that we don't start all city projects with a public participation process first. In fact, the city should not be allowed to begin a single project that affects a community unless that community approves of it first. But here we are today, and not a single concern from the public or myself has been taken seriously. Let me focus on just one of the dangerous amendments here today. The one that makes it a criminal offense to share development plans unless under very strict legal criteria. Let me give an example of what this might mean in practice. Recently, a forest of 100-year-old trees were cut down right outside the world-famous Kirstenbosch Gardens to make way for the high-density Protea Village property development. The city claims that this was perhaps a mistake by the construction company involved in the development. But now, these historical trees are gone forever. The environmental impact, the unique heritage of the area will never be the same. Now, let's assume a local resident was to discover in the development plans that this construction would likely have resulted in the cutting down of these historical Kirstenbosch trees, and she posted this information on a social media group to alert the public. She would end up in prison, according to these new amendments.
Councillor Haskin, please. No. Try to throw in your voice. Oh, try another mic.
Is this audible?
That's better.
There we go.
Do the other one off and then you save some energy.
Can I just confirm how much time you've got there for me? Should be 9, 8. That's fine, thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The ACDP is in support of the amendments proposed in this item today, but we want to address a few overarching matters of concern relating to the municipal planning bylaw for Council to be aware of as we close this term of office, because they'll become important as we open the next term of office. Across the length and breadth of Cape Town, we are witnessing a growing cry from our residents for meaningful public participation at a much earlier stage in our city's development processes. From our ratepayer associations, neighborhoods and individual households, Cape Townians are tired of being treated as a tick box at the point when it's too late for their input to have any meaningful impact. They are demanding real democratic voice before major structural decisions are set in stone. The ACDP agrees and has proposed municipal planning bylaw amendments that will make it possible in the future, but not in this round. Responding to this clear, growing and spreading unhappiness from the public, the ACDP has conducted a thorough investigation in our current planning frameworks, in particular the municipal planning bylaw, where systemic blockages exist that are actively silencing our communities in various ways. Chief amongst these is the severe legal and public administrative flaw of administrative predetermination that is fueled by what is termed definitional vagueness. Starting with this legal term called definitional vagueness, and using the current Equinix data center matter near the airport as an example, multinational developers are permitted to use broad industrial definitions to secure high-level zoning rights while keeping their potentially astronomical utility footprints completely hidden from the public and even from the municipal planning tribunal. They use this vagueness that is provided for in the bylaw and the development management scheme to claim that their critical resource metrics like water and power use will only be detailed during the later and clearly internal site development plan or the building plan clearance phase. Speaker, this is an administrative trap that directly subverts public participation, because once high-level zoning rights vest, the city is backed into an inescapable legal corner. By the time a developer enters the closed site development planning phase and finally discloses what could amount to a massive demand for megawatts of power and billions of liters of water, the city's hands are legally tied. The principle of legality makes it practically impossible for the city to reject the project at that late stage without exposing the city to catastrophic legal claims. So the city's hands are tied. The final approval is effectively predetermined behind closed doors, leaving the public completely sidelined and powerless, even when they are asked for input at that stage. To answer our public's call and permanently address this conveyor belt of approvals that exclude the public until it's too late, I have, on behalf of the ACDP, formally tabled a set of 6 specific legislative amendments to the Municipal Planning Bylaw at the last Spatial Planning and Environment Portfolio Committee meeting a few weeks ago. These will be discussed at the beginning of the new term of office following the elections. Amendment 1 seeks to eliminate zoning-led predetermination. It proposes to clearly define hyperscalers and data centers and to mandate comprehensive resource intensity disclosures on day 1 of the rezoning application, rather than allowing these metrics to only emerge at the site development planning stage. Amendment 2 seeks to close the vested rights backdoor. It proposes to reclassify hyperscalers and data centers strictly as a consent use based on consumption triggers, specifically when a facility exceeds 5 megavolt amperes of power or 1 million liters of water in the period. In effect, this removes automatic as-of-right building permissions on industrial land for these massive utility draining purposes. Amendment 3 proposes that technical submissions be submitted up front. The ACDP has proposed a strict requirement for a 6-part technical submission to be made up front at the Municipal Planning Tribunal phase, not at the SDP phase, including non-potable water cooling mandates and thermal discharge regulations in order to protect our catchments and our local wetlands. Amendment 4 requires active and direct notification to the public. By overhauling Section 105 of the Municipal Planning Bylaw, it shifts the city from providing passive online lists for public comment opportunities to active, targeted communication, instantly notifying all ratepayers within a 1 kilometer radius via SMS and email on the same day that the high impact plan is proposed and on the day that it is approved. Amendment 5 and 6 address the clear pattern of administrative predetermined seen across our line departments. The ACDP has proposed 2 additional governance overhauls to protect public input on public land that's owned by provincial and national government in the city and on municipal-owned land. Amendment 5 then addresses the government-owned land loophole. This uses the Takai High School in Ward 73, Bergland, as a primary example of a public participation crisis that must be avoided in the future. The proposal seeks to freeze internal technical clearances being given on existing community zoning until draft site development plans and traffic impact assessments undergo a mandatory 30-day public window period. Amendment 6 addresses the public frictions surrounding municipal rollouts. Here I'm using the Muizenberg Safe Space homeless shelter in Simcoe Road as an example. This proposal bars the city from allocating operational budgets for publishing leasing tenders until localized spatial integration assessments are formally published for public comment, thereby allowing community input to effectively influence the project's path in the first place and its final outcome. Speaker, global precedents highlight the devastating cost of ignoring what hyperscalers and data centers and the boom that surrounds them. In Dublin, Ireland, data centers now swallow over 20% of the entire country's electricity grid. In Virginia, USA, they deplete billions of gallons of groundwater annually, prompting urgent state intervention. In Amsterdam, Netherlands, the municipality had to enforce strict construction holds to protect local power grids. The City of Cape Town must learn from these examples internationally and prevent a repeat of these infrastructure crises here. The ACDP believes that we cannot afford to wait for a crisis yet before we protect our grid, our drinking water, our environment, and our community. We've tabled these proposals as an opportunity to upgrade planning governance in a way that insulates the city from litigation, prevents infrastructure backlogs, and provides true early-stage public input and accountability. Debating these reforms in the next term of office will be a pleasure. We will try and lead that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Janssen van Vuren.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of Council and members of the public. The VF Plus opposes the proposed municipal planning amendment bylaw, particularly the new Section 95A. Let me be clear, transparency is important. Residents should be able to know what decisions are being taken in their neighborhoods. However, transparency cannot mean transferring the city's duty to notify the public onto the residents themselves. Section 95A requires the city to publish notice of every building plan approval on its website. It then provides that after only 7 days, everyone is deemed to have become aware of that approval. Residents are expected to keep a lookout for these notices. This is impractical, unfair, and unacceptable. Ordinary residents cannot be expected to monitor municipal websites every day simply to protect their property, safety, and legal interests. The notice need not explain the actual content or reasons for the approval, yet the public is deemed to know when and how to complain, and strict time limits begin to run. That is not meaningful notice, Speaker. It is deemed notice. It reduces the city's responsibility while placing the risk of misinformation entirely on the public, just like all the different public petition processes. The public comments confirm that this is not a theoretical concern. The agenda records 201 submissions with recurring objections about website-only notification, short time frames, weekend remedies, privacy and security, and the burden being shifted to residents. Many comments supported greater transparency in principle, but argued that proper direct notification clearer summaries and meaningful participation is necessary. This proposal also risks duplicating the public participation that should occur during the land use approval stage, while adding delays, administrative costs, and uncertainty. Transparency must serve the public, not burden the
Conclude.
public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabiza.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker and councillors and members of council. The ANC rise to speak on this item with serious concern, particularly regarding the limited and adequate public participation process that has preceded the proposed adoption of this bylaw. Madam Speaker, the ANC fully recognizes the importance of proper spatial planning and believes that the city's Spatial Planning Directorate has a responsibility to address and correct the spatial injustice created by apartheid. However, we are not doing justice to amending this bylaw without the meaningful participation of our communities. What we are seeing with this item is a process where communities have raised legitimate concerns, including concerns reflected in Annexure E and F. Yet, those concerns have not been adequately addressed. Public participation cannot simply become a ticking box exercise where communities are given an opportunity to submit comments, but their concerns are then discarded or insufficiently responded to. Madam Speaker, meaningful public participation means that people must not only be given an opportunity to speak, they must be listened to. It is particularly concerning that this bylaw has such potential significant implications for communities, yet there has been limited opportunity for proper engagement and consideration of the concerns raised. The ANC therefore believes that this council should not rush to adopt legislation when the remaining unanswered concerns from affected communities. Madam Speaker, in the report, it mentions that a few portfolio committee members alluded that the public participation time is too little. And the ANC is therefore calling for this item to be referred back. We are not asking for this bylaw to be abandoned. We are asking that the process be done properly. The item must be referred back to allow for adequate, meaningful, and comprehensive public participation, and for the concerns raised by communities to be properly considered and responded to before this council is asked to adopt the bylaw. Madam Speaker, there is no justice for rushing through an important piece of legislation at the expense of meaningful public participation. The people of Cape Town deserve to be heard, and their voices must have a meaningful impact on the decision that this council takes.
Conclude.
For this reason, the ANC will support the referral of this item.
Thank you.
back for the public.
Alderman Andrews.
Speaker, I think it's important that we just remind ourselves what is before council today. You would recall late last year, council approved the amendments to the municipal planning bylaw, where there were wholesale changes that we've made and key amendments to the bylaw, which includes our ability to impound goods where land use or building plans were unauthorized. One particular provision in the bylaw approved by council last year was that Chapter 8A, where we considered an error, a rectifiable error as defined in the bylaw, that we now allow council authorized to rectify that error. And that was not the case previously, because at the time, the only recourse that council had or any other objector was to approach the courts, and the courts would have to resolve, please send it back into your planning application portal, and of course at the cost of the city and of the applicant as well. What we have not done at the time was to ensure that when we respond to the application to rectify an error, that we do so with consent of the key stakeholders. And there are three amendments essentially that are proposed during the public participatory process, and that's the item before us. And I think if I can just remind ourselves of the comments made by Councillor Lombard: transparency, accountability, and legally sound. What we have seen is that a couple of things, Chairperson. There was one particular area in a zoning category that allowed a height of 90 meters, which was an error. It should have been 9 meters. So that, of course, is one area we are fixing, just to give Council an example. What we've also done now is we've amended Chapter 8A, defining what a rectifiable error is. We've also defined what a surrounding owner is. So it's not everyone in the broader community, but as defined in the bylaw, who exactly is considered a surrounding owner. Those individuals will be notified of a decision made by the Planning Appeals Authority. Now, what I've seen, Speaker, is that this entire amendment public participatory process was misunderstood. The public and developers and environmentalists at large assumed this would be an additional leg to the application process. The answer, of course, is that it's not. It's not an additional sort of period that we're adding to the process. We are now merely notifying the surrounding owner of a formal decision that has been made by Council in the form of the Planning Appeals Authority. And that was not the case previously. The surrounding owner only became aware when the site was established, or you saw a crane being sort of brought on site if it's a big development, or you saw your neighbor putting up carport poles that you objected of the final decision. So we are now proposing before this Council that we notify those surrounding owners formally. We will notify you on a portal. It will be there for 44 days, and within 7 days of the decision made by Council. So if at any stage it was your intention to consider sort of whatever recourse, you now have a prescribed period to make that application. And of course, those rights have already been assigned to the applicant so they can proceed with the development. So this is in the interest of the public. It is now putting the people of Cape Town at the forefront of the decision that was made by Council. And Councillor Biza, it is meaningful public participation that we have now undertaken. Also, the one other point that Councillor Lombard made, Speaker, it's useful to emphasize again. Transparency is not a threat to good governance. And I think that's the point that Councillor Miller mentioned. A lot of things there, but the one particular point that he raised was, what is the point of public participation? The point of the public participation in this context, Speaker, is now to go back to the public and say to them, we've heard those concerns, we've noted those concerns, and we've amended our bylaw to respond to your request to be open, to be transparent, and to avoid any legal vulnerability that we've now picked up previously. So that's the point of the public participation here, Chairperson. Chairperson, also Councillor Haskin, I do note his proposals that he tabled during the Portfolio Committee, and there are some that, of course, we would like to explore. I've mentioned to him during the sitting, we've already listed those in our parking lot, and we'll explore that when Council is properly constituted, and those committees can begin the work of Council. And I also appreciate the fact that the ACDP supports the proposed amendments to the bylaw, which of course is minor in nature. But all those 6 points, those will be ventilated when the committee convenes in the new calendar year. But Chairperson, to Councillor van Vieren, the city is not reducing our own responsibility to inform the public. Those land use application public participatory process will still be considered. You still have to comply with that. When you submit a building plan and you have to engage with the local planning district and they apply the national building codes, those processes will still have to be complied with. What we are doing right here is now to formally inform the surrounding owners of that decision of Council. So I think we should not conflate the particular issues that Councillor van Vieren raised here. The other point that you raised as well, that this must not burden the public. This is not burdening the public at all, Speaker. It is firmly assisting the public now, informing that the decision that we've made, this is the outcome, this is the copy of the plans, and of course we know that we also have to comply with. You do so responsibly because you can apply for that regardless, prior to the amendments to the bylaw. And it's not duplicating any public participatory process, Chairperson. It is merely, these 3 amendments are merely responding to the call that the public asked and said, please, can you amend this? Can you be a lot more open? Can you be a lot more transparent? And you can ensure that whatever legal vulnerability that we had and the sort of the notice period and having insufficient time, that is now responded to, Chairperson. So the surrounding owner is defined in the bylaw, a rectifiable error to remind us when authorized official was not authorized to make a decision, or whenever there's new information that was missed, we can now fix that at the district with the consent of the property owner and, of course, engaging again with the surrounding owners. And 21 days period that the applicants or those objectors have, that is also reiterated in the amendments to the bylaw, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you covered. Thank you. The recommendation is on page 2. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Is there anybody against? The Freedom Front Plus, the EFF, the Cape Coloured Congress, good. Al Jamar, Ara, and Cape Exit. And PA is not sure. PA 2. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillors, that concludes that item. Just to say, it was remiss of me not to welcome the Provincial MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sport, Councillor Mackenzie. You're most welcome, and I hope you have been adequately entertained. Councillors, I can see that we're getting restless, so we're going to adjourn for 30 minutes. There will be coffee and tea at the back, and we will come back at 2:10. Councillors, if we can be seated. We have another 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. Okay, councillors, if we can start. Yes, we can. Can I ask you to please register again, just so we can confirm that we're still quorum? Certainly appears to be from this point of view. Are you ready? Okay. Take your cards out, please, and then put them back with your name on the inside. Okay? So can I please register? All right, so we are correct. Thank you. We're going to continue. The next item on the agenda is item C44. And the first speaker here is Councillor Lombi. Councillor Haynes, are you okay?
We are not speaking, sorry, Speaker.
You're not speaking on this item. Thank you. Then Alderman Force, you may move the item.
Yes, I move the item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation then is on page 238. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Anybody against the recommendation? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 44A. And the first speaker here is Councillor Deniso. Are you putting your hand up now?
Yes, Speaker, sorry. Abstain 44.
You're abstaining. Can we put that on the record? Thank you. Good record. All right, moving on. Councillor Deniso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The ANC recognizes the importance of having a fair and transparent and proper government operation framework for city employees. However, the concern with this item is not simply the content of the policy. It is the process followed to bring this policy before council. The report itself, Madam Speaker, that because of the age of the implementation performance reward payment for 2025-2026 payment performance cycle, a deviation from the approved policy process was authorized by the city manager. It is also recorded that the item was not tabled at the Corporate Service Portfolio Committee before being taken through the medical meeting processes and procedures. Madam Speaker, this raises a serious governance question. Why the Corporate Service Committee processes were bypassed? Madam Speaker, council committees exist precisely to scrutinize policies before reaching the council floor. Agencies should not become a blanket justification for circumventing proper political oversight. Performance rewards must be
Councillor Satterine, before you get all intimate there, can you kindly turn your mic off so the photograph doesn't have to show all of us? Thank you. Continue, sir.
Performance rewards must be transparent and measurable. The policy makes performance reward dependent on budget availability and approved by the city manager. We need clarity on how performance is assessed and how employees are protected against inconsistent and subjective decisions. The policy identifies fairness, equity, consistency, transparency, and reasonableness as its guiding principle. These principles must be applied in practice, not merely in the policy. Madam Speaker, the policy changed the timing of performance reward so that payment will no longer be backdated to 1st July of the applicable performance year, but will apply from 1st July following completion of the performance period. While the report says this is financial more verb, council should understand the practical impact on employees. Party or micromanager abasebenzi. Madam Speaker, following questions should be asked from the executive, and we were not given opportunity to scrutinize this draft report remuneration policy. What precisely justified the deviation from the approved policy processes? Why was the corporate service portfolio committee and recognized labor unions such as some need to consider the item? Into eniyaziyo apha kukuzenzela kulo masipala ingathi phaza shop soyiselelo. How will the performance reward be independent monitored? How employees of South Cape Town will be protected from favoritism or inconsistent application? The agency cannot support a culture where proper council oversight is treated as an obstacle whenever administration declares an item agent. Good governance, Madam Speaker, requires both speed and due process. Lena yinyawo yabasebenzi, nikani ithuba abasebenzi baphonononge into echaphazela bona, niyeke ukugqiba ngento echaphazela isonga zabasebenzi. Siyayikhaba le nto magwalandini.
Thank you. Alderman Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. It is important to note that these changes do not alter Council's policy oversight role or its intent. They remain aligned with the city's approved system of delegations and applicable governance requirements. The current review is part of the prescribed 3-year monitoring and review cycle. It also provides an opportunity to ensure that the policy remains strategic while detailed administrative and operational processes are contained in the remuneration guidelines. There are 2 substantive amendments that I would like to highlight. The first, performance rewards. The proposed amendment changes the effective date for the payment of performance rewards. Rather than backdating payments to 1 July of the applicable performance year, payments will apply from 1 July following the completion of the relevant performance period. Then, Speaker, this is important from both a governance and financial sustainability perspective. It means that the city will not be required to retrospectively backdate performance reward payments, providing greater certainty and supporting responsible financial management. The second amendment relates to the salary adjustment request following a job re-evaluation process. The existing provisions allow for such salary adjustment requests and are being removed from the policy. The remaining amendments are largely administrative and procedural. A number of the detailed provisions have been moved from the remuneration policy into the remuneration guidelines. I want to share as the Mayoral Committee member for Corporate Services that human resources falls within this directorate. I want to acknowledge the more than 30,000 employees who serve the city of Cape Town every day. Behind every service we provide is a person, whether they are working directly with residents, maintaining our infrastructure, supporting our communities, managing our finances, keeping our systems running, responding to emergencies, or working behind the scenes to ensure that this city functions effectively. To every city employee, thank you for the work you do to serve the people of Cape Town. Our employees are one of the greatest assets, and that is why remuneration is about far more than salaries and benefits. It's about attracting and retaining the skills we need, recognizing performance, ensuring fairness, and importantly, managing public resources responsibly. It is about the culture we want to build as the DA-run city of Cape Town, the city of hope, a culture grounded in integrity, accountability, excellence, and a genuine commitment to service. I thank each and everyone for their service and commitment, and I therefore recommend that the Council supports the proposed amendments to remuneration policy. And then, Speaker, I will take the liberty of sharing a wise quote when I see some of the comments made today that I was taught as a child. Ukubanga ukuti ukuyenkunzi. Utabanga ukuti uyenkunzi. Kodwa uyetole.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker.
The recommendation is on page,
Speaker.
please, Councillor Deniso.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Which one?
Speaker, the report on this item, Speaker, is clear to say that this item has never been tabled to the portfolio committee, which we are serving in. So there were questions that I asked because we're not given opportunity to discuss the item. And also other recognized labor unions.
Okay.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Other recognized labor union within the state of Cape Town also not given opportunity. So what process
Thank
must they
you.
follow to ask those questions?
Okay, so it's at the Council, and the Council is the final arbitrator. Councillor Tendela.
No, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm not sure if we are doing justice for the council. The reason being, we don't see any translator. There were important points that were raised by Councillor Denise. And we are just moving without the message. Remember, it's not only for us, it's also for public, people that are out there. Please, can you do justice? Masingayigwaqwadisi the process ongathi sigqithisa usana kunini. Therefore, siyacela ke ebekhona umuntu owenza
No,
translation.
did you listen to the interpretation?
There was no interpretation.
There is an interpretation. Thank you. Just change channels till you find it. Okay. I'm sorry about that, but there is an interpretation because we're getting monitored this side.
Is this thing of virtual meetings?
Yes, we go back to them next time. Thank you. Thank you for that vote of confidence. All right, so the recommendation on page 2, anyone against the recommendation? Thank you, the recommendation is carried. The ANC is against. Anybody else? PA?
Speaker.
The Cape Colored Congress?
Speaker.
I hear you.
Good abstain.
Abstains, Goods abstaining. All right, thank you very much. Is that everybody? Thank you. We move on to the next item, item 44C, with the recommendation on page 55. And the first speaker is Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the item C44C. The item is the request for the approval of the review and amend the council resolution of the council that was on the 30th of July 2025 pertaining the approval of the funds for One Young World Summit 2026. In order to approve the additional funding and the disbursement of the funds to the event organizer. In this item, as the council, we are requested to amend the additional funding of 4 million for the event of One Young World. As the ANC, we've got a few questions that we need to ask. One, the One Young World Summit 2026 will benefit 2,000 brightest and talent from world. Those who are from Cape Town, how they were chosen or elected, what was the criteria of this, and any young from any of the disadvantaged areas. In the summit, there will be 190 plus countries and there will be 250 plus organizations. So from those numbers, are there any organization from disadvantaged areas like Kailicha, Philippi Nyanga, Kuvuletu Langa, Mitchell's Plain, Bela, and others? Number 3, what is the duration of this summit? Is it a week, 2 weeks, or a month? Can we get those answers, but we agree on those concerns, on those 3 questions? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mohammed.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I begin, Speaker, can I have just a point of clarity on what the last speaker said?
Sure.
I just need a point of clarity on if Councillor Martin understands the bigger picture of the event specifically, if I may, Speaker.
I think that's a subjective thing. Just carry on with your speech.
Just checking, Madam Speaker, so I'll elaborate on that. So,
Here's the smaller picture.
The event in itself brings together over 190 countries and representatives to Cape Town. The event will host 2,000 youth, as you indicated, or through your speaker, as the council indicated. The 4 million that we're talking about will be additional costs to change the venue and the infrastructure to run this event. But just to put it into context, Speaker, the 4 million, which will then support 2,000 youth, equates to 2,000 rand per person. Now, with 2,000 rand, you can go to Ster-Kinekor 12 times. You can buy a cheap smartphone or you can buy a pair of Jordans. So if I was going to make a decision on what to spend that 2,000 rand on for a youth of Cape Town, I would rather put them in a room with world leaders like Kofi Annan than take them to Ster-Kinekor. So I recommend that council supports this one, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 55. Those in favour of the recommendation? Anybody against the recommendation? Councillor Cook?
Sorry, just on a point of clarity, Madam Speaker. According to the website of this event, participants pay $3,800 or pounds to attend the event. Why then does the city has to put in the money?
That's Councillor Martin. Is that a point of clarity, sir?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, Speaker. Speaker, as the previous speaker asked me if I understand the content of this. He didn't answer me the question that I asked, and more especially in the theme of the criteria of how these young people were chosen. Are there any young people, are there any organizations that are coming from the disadvantaged areas?
Okay. Thank you. We are not the event organizer. So we're going to move on with the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Goods against? Or you abstaining? You against. Okay. Cape exit? What?
Against.
Against. Okay. Al Jamal? Against. Against. Thank you. Anybody else? The Cape Coloured Congress? Excuse me? Can you just, against? Against. Thank you. Okay. Is that everybody? Yes, okay. Okay, the recommendation's carried. We move on to the next item, 44D, and the first speaker here is Councillor Miller.
Since 2017, Cape Town residents have been forced to pay more for our water supply because we were apparently on the verge of a system collapse and it was our fault for all using too much water. You're a bad person for watering your plants, washing your car, or even yourself. Since 2007, we've all been forced to pay more for our electricity due to load shedding because apparently the system was on the verge of collapse, and once again, it was our fault for using too much electricity, and we were all bad people for using heaters in the winter and normal light bulbs instead of LEDs. How many businesses were destroyed in the last 20 years from these excessive increases in water and electricity expenses, and of course the absurd COVID lockdowns? Now today, miraculously, there is no more load shedding. We are being told to pack into public and private transport like sardines, and of course we still haven't had any reduction in our water bills. In fact, the costs keep going up. So in light of all the above, you will understand my surprise when I heard that the DA has approved a whole range of data centers that are projected to use between 20% to over 50% of Cape Town's current electricity supply and massive amounts of our water. Is this why the DA is now rushing to secure this water contract with energy supplier Eskom to ensure that well supplied? I would like to know then, if Cape Town experiences electricity or water, is the city going to shut down the hyperscaler data centers, or once again, are Cape Town residents going to have to foot this bill? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor George. Okay. On the next item, so this is Councillor Lombi. You removed him, that's fine. Then we move on to Councillor Badruddin. Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I tried to make any sense of what Councillor Miller was saying, but it seems as if he's doing his meth rather than his math. Madam Speaker, the Atlantis Aquifer has actually been around since the mid-1970s. And actually, this agreement that we have with Eskom is one that has been long in standing. And essentially, further, what it aims to do is to ensure that the City of Cape Town is able to continue to access the wild fields in order for us to continue to manage and maintain the groundwater in that particular aquifer. And so the agreement, Madam Chair, is very simple. Really nothing is complicated. It was as what Councillor Miller has made it out to be. The agreement gives the City of Cape Town the legal and practical access it needs to maintain the infrastructure that keeps the Atlantis Aquifer functioning as a reliable water source, the road maintenance obligation as well, which we will undertake as part of protecting the operational accessibility to this very important strategic water supply. And so, Madam Chairperson, Madam Speaker, I think it's a no-brainer really, despite what was said by the previous speaker, that Council should support this report, essentially because it is in line with our commitment to continue to deliver water from alternative water sources for our growing city, which he has said is also going to reach 10 million people in the near future.
Yes, hopefully not in our lifetime. Okay, councillors, the recommendations on page 75, those in favour of the recommendation? All right, now those against the recommendation, please. All right, we're all in favour, thank you.
Speaker? Speaker? Good. Speaker?
Yes.
Yes. Here? This side?
Yes.
Good. Abstain.
Okay, you need to be sharper, councillor, but that's fine, we'll take that. Councillor Miller, what are you doing? Councillor Miller? Councillor Bowden, you want to toss a coin? You support, thank you. We'll minute that correctly. All right, the next item, item 44E.
Speaker?
Sorry,
You must look this side also. We exist, you know.
But you must put your hand up. Councillor Tadela, I didn't see it. Thank you.
No, it's fine. As if we see EFF.
Excuse me?
Yeah, listen to the translator against you. You said we must listen, as if we listen now. As if we
Against.
listen now to the translator.
Got it, thank you. And you, councillor at the back there?
We support with strong concerns, Speaker.
You support with strong concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let them laugh.
That's
You must call them to order, Speaker. Stupidity is an illness.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you. Have I missed anybody else? All right. We're moving on, guys. Thank you. Item 44E. The first speaker is Councillor George. Councillor George.
Speaker, the ANC supports responsible financial management, but we must raise serious concern about the underlying problem reflected in this report. Council is being asked million environment to account for the fair value assessment of traffic fine receivables. However, the big question is, why are we repeatedly carrying traffic fines that we cannot collect? The collection rate declined from 19% in 2024-2025 to just 15.1% in 2025-2026. This is not simply an accounting problem. It points to a failure to develop sufficient creative and inclusive approaches to encouraging motorists to pay. Speaker, the city must move beyond simply issuing fines and expecting compliance. We need to create incentive for good behavior and payments. One practical intervention would be to use the city's existing traffic fine roadshow to offer motorists an opportunity to settle outstanding fines at a reduced amount under clearly defined conditions. This could particularly target sectors such as the taxi industry, where a significant number of fines are accumulated. Let the fines not be used as a fighting tool. Isixeko saseKapa masingabi ngumgrogri wezithuthi zoluntu. Instead of allowing the relationship between the city and the taxi industry to remain hostile, we should use these roadshows to create dialogue, encourage compliance, and provide a pathway for motorists to clear outstanding fines. A discounted settlement could mean more money actually collected rather than fines remaining unpaid, ultimately being written down. But Speaker, these roadshows must not be concentrated only in the CBD and affluent areas. Take them to Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Nyangadel, Mfuleni, Mitchell's Plain, and other Cape Flats and township communities. This is where the working class motorists live and work. We must also invest in preventative measures. The next generation of motorists is currently sitting in our public schools, TVET colleges and universities. The city should establish regular roadshow and responsible driving campaigns in these institutions and local communities. We further propose with responsible private sector stakeholders, including liquor manufacturing, to support sustainable road safety campaigns, focus on responsible. Speaker, if we want to improve the 15.1% collection rate, we cannot simply account for uncollected fines. We must change the behavior that produces them, make payment easier and rebuild trust between city and the motorists. The ANC therefore calls for a collection strategy that combines enforcement, incentive, education, community outreach, and genuine engagement with the taxi industry. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Woodman.
Thank you, Councillor George. Your point is taken. Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, the media, and the public. I rise in support of item C44E, which recommends the approval of a environment of 115 million to account for the fair value assessment of traffic fines receivable as at 30 June 2026. Let me be very clear about what this item is and what it is not. It is not an additional 115 million expenditure by the city. It is not a cash payment. It does not mean that the city is suddenly spending 115 million rand more. This is an accounting adjustment required to ensure that the city's financial statements properly reflect the amount of traffic fines that was realistically expected to be collected. Traffic fines raised as debt are assessed, and where experience shows that not all of those debts are likely to be recovered, the appropriate impairment must be recognized. The budget provision within safety and security was insufficient to account for this impairment, and therefore the Environment transfers the necessary budget from the Finance Directorate to the Safety Directorate. Madam Speaker, both are rates-funded directorates, meaning there is no overall impact on the city's debt impairment budget line. This is precisely what responsible financial management looks like. And to the opposition parties who may want to portray this as another example of financial mismanagement, may I say, a well-run city does not sweep its debt under the carpet. It puts the correct money number on the books. The City of Cape Town is complying with the required accounting standards, recognizing the reality of its receivables and ensuring that our financial reporting is accurate, transparent, and credible. There is no new spending here. There is no hidden check written. It is simply good governance, putting the city's accounts in order. We should therefore support an adjustment that strengthens the integrity and accuracy of our financial statements. I therefore move that Council approves item C44E. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You want to write a response?
May I ask Alderman Smith?
Speaker, thank you. So I think it needs to be noted that Cape Town has the highest fine recovery rate in the country and has had for a while. We have led a series of innovations, not the least of which is the one that Councillor George himself mentions when he says your current traffic fine roadshow, because it is, of course, current. It's happening already. That's an innovation we have led, and that is being circulated around the country, around the city. The only thing that impedes us from doing so more frequently is the available resources from agencies that need to be involved in that, like the National Prosecuting Authority, because we do not control the prosecutors and others who are part of that. The appeal of the roadshow, of course, are the prosecutors who sit there and can consider to reduce or withdraw the notice. That is, of course, the appeal of arriving there to dispute the fine. But we have also made many third-party payment systems easier. We pioneered the dash cams as local government, and those ANPR automated number plate recognition dashboard cameras have seen significant increases per annum in the extent of traffic fine recovery. The last time somebody in Joburg asked the question about traffic fine recovery rate, the initial figure was about half that of ours. And yes, it is so that only about 16% of people spontaneously pay up front. But over the full life cycle of recovery, that figure is slightly over 30% over the 4 years, and that includes the warrant execution. So not only are we giving effect to warrants through static enforcement at various points through the reclaim operation, but also through the moving enforcement, the ANPR cameras, and of course through warrant execution operations like what happened last night between 9 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning, when a large team of safety and security staff went out looking for scofflaws and made something like 46 arrests. I can go and check the stats, but it was in that vicinity of scofflaws, others, people who had outstanding warrants for unpaid fines and then made arrests for those. It is very difficult, and there are significant frailties in the criminal justice system, but with those frailties considered, we are making good progress. What will significantly augment this, of course, is the traffic bylaw, which now allows for impoundment for the worst offences rather than the much less effective issuing of fines to habitual offenders. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we have a recommendation on page 126. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. We move on. Anyone against?
Abstain. Good.
Good, we're allowed to abstain. Anybody else? Okay, we're moving on. Thank you. The next item is 44G, and the first speaker on this is Councillor Solomons.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Today we are asked to support this item, whereby a private school gets to lease 12,000 square meters of city-owned land for a meager 1,961 Rand per year. A school who has a non-refundable enrollment fee of 7,460 Rand and annual school fees between 83 and 115,000 Rand, yet this institution gets to pay less than 200 Rand per month rental fees. Visa Chobi is there, Madam Speaker? Who negotiated this contract and who benefits from this? Because this reeks preferential treatment. Individuals aligned to the DA normally receive favourable treatment from the city of Cape Town. For example, just the other day, Alistair Isabel becomes a DA ward candidate, and suddenly there are questions around events associated with him receiving funding from the city of Cape Town. Meanwhile, the normal guy on the street must fork out thousands of rands per month just to keep the water and the lights on. Please look carefully how public resources are being allocated. Come for November, make your voices heard.
Madam Speaker, the item before us, proposed lease of public land, being portions of urban 2251, 2252, and 4194 in Pinelands. Cannons Creek was awarded.
Councillor Palmer, I'm naming you now for the second time.
Cannons Creek was awarded this lease in 2005 and has successfully taken over an overgrown criminal hideout and an unused piece of land and transformed it into a well-used sports and community facility. The time to give alternative proposals was during the public participation process. No objections were received, no alternative proposals were given. If the councillor feels so strongly about it, why was something not given at that time? Maybe a note to all opposition councillors. Before something comes to council, it goes through a very long process, including public participation, and where you can comment. To comment here, when we're all going to vote as the majority in favor of it, is an absolute useless exercise. Whether you're abstaining, whether you have doing it with reservations, it will be passed today. But I'll come back to it. The time to comment is not now. You have sufficient time to do something about it, to give alternative proposals, so that when it comes to council today, it gets approved. You're speaking about private schools, and people always have a negative thing about private schools. Remember, every person who sends a child to a private school is making opportunity for a poor child to get into a public school, and that is a fact. The other thing is, you must also remember, private schools are not just the purvey of the rich. There are people that work 2 to 3 jobs, mothers, fathers working, so the child can get an education in a private school. It's something we need to law. Send children to private schools. You are giving the opportunity to someone. So if a school wants to take a piece of land, and if you look at council policy, it's not about only today. You don't have to leave. You can stay and listen to me. You've made a point, and you should at least grant me the opportunity to listen to my reply as well. If you don't want to and you just want to grandstand, that's also fine. But I do take exception to that. So I move the item to grant the lease for a further 10 years. And Madam Speaker, I want to indulge me for a minute. I will not be returning to council, and I take this opportunity to thank everyone for their service to Cape Town.
Councillor Bengi, you may leave the chamber. Councillor Bengi, you have been named 3 times. This is the last time. Out, please. Councillor David, you may continue.
Okay. I will also not be returning to council, and I take this opportunity to thank everyone for their service to Cape Town. Mayor, it's been an absolute pleasure to serve with you and to see the progress, if not the transformation, over the 5 years in Cape Town. To my fellow councillors, thank you for your service. Remember, it is our duty to the vulnerable, not to the rich, to the vulnerable. We must do our utmost to make their lives better. That's the DA way. It's in our DNA. And I thank everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors. Councillors, please. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 2. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 221. Those in favour of the recommendation, those against the recommendation. The PA, Al-Jamar. Good. Councillor Bengi. So, Councillor Cook. Thank you. All right, and that is ARA and the CCC and EFF.
Against.
You all against. Thank you. Councillor Haynes, are you voting against, or are you asking for clarity?
I thought we were done with the item, Speaker.
Are done with the item?
Yeah.
Councillors.
Speaker, let me be honest that I am not sure which rule I'm writing on, but I want to portion that what happened now.
Councillor Bengi, Councillor Little, please leave. You've been named 3 times.
But Speaker, I was clapping.
You continue to interject.
Speaker,
you have a really difficult way of explaining how happy you are. Go on. Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
Speaker, I want to portion you as the Speaker and the chairperson of this meeting. What happened now was out of order and should not have been allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillors, I take your point. They were wanting to show appreciation to the Speaker. It took a minute or 2, but...
Not while we were busy with the item, Speaker. It's not...
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Dembuza?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, still on Rule 32.1.1. It's a order on you on two incidences. One, you had Councillor Mackenzie heckling and making a noise outright clearly. You never named him.
I never saw it either.
Wait, Speaker. Read 32.4.1 now. And then from there, when you were having kicked out a councillor of good, you had the mayor going out clear and saying, this is your last council. And you did not name the mayor. Now we want you in this process, Speaker, to have a fair process so that you can handle this house through the rules, not through emotions and defense of the Democratic Alliance. So councillors of the DA that do the same thing, name them. And I'm calling you on a point of order through the rules of the house.
Thank you. Thank you for that lesson on emotional maturity. Councillor Mackenzie, I'm naming you for the first time. Thank you. Moving on to item 44.448.
On a point of...
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Not that it's particularly relevant because this is our last meeting, Madam Speaker, but I have made the point before that the normal rules of order allow for some gentle heckling. There's nothing wrong with that. It is when it becomes disruptive that it is a problem. So, in every robust...
Councillors!
In every robust legislature anywhere in the world, there's a bit of gentle heckling. But when it becomes impossible to make your speech, then it is disruptive, and that's not acceptable.
Yes. All right, thank you for that. We're moving on to item 44H. Councillor, are we talking to this item? Councillor McCarthy?
Speaker?
We are moving on. What's going on now? We're moving on.
No, Speaker, you do not make a...
Councillor McCarthy?
I would like to move the item, thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 2.
Speaker, you did...
Councillor, the city manager is dealing with his issues. We are carrying on with our meeting. There's no more point of order or points of clarity. Thank you. We move the adoption of item. The recommendation is on page 2. Those in favour of the recommendation. Are there any parties against the recommendation? I don't see any hands. The recommendation's carried. We move on to the next item, item 45. And the first speaker is Councillor Sitashi. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I must admit that I was a bit worried in the morning when I did not see Carl in chambers. After the revelations of Madanga Commission yesterday. So I was a bit worried. He's my friend. So I need to protect my friend.
Councillor Popham, can you
Speaker,
contain yourself?
The item before us. Yeah, the item before us, I had a privilege in the Portfolio Committee to chair this item. And I must report to this council that there was a unanimous decision in the Portfolio Committee. I volunteered to chair the Portfolio Committee. There was no objection. Thank you to the leadership of Councillor Swart, Alderman to be. Today is the end of the long journey for councillors. This is the mandate that was given to us by our electorate in November 2021. Aldermanship status is one of the prestigious statuses conferred on councillors who have sacrificed everything just to be the servant of people. I joined this council without any understanding of municipal governance. I rose in the ranks of the local government. I've been afforded an opportunity to lead
my organization in different capacities. Today, I am an alderman, thanks to the ANC, a status that I reluctantly accepted because I believe you cannot praise the fish for swimming. After several engagements with the previous speaker, Alderman Dirk Smith, I accepted this status. This aldermanship status should not be taken lightly by recipients. This is the recognition of long service you gave to the citizens of Cape Town. You have sacrificed your family time because you put people first. The status bestowed upon you today was decided in the first administration of the city of Cape Town between 2001 and 2006. At the time, the three successive mayors supported this way of recognizing long-serving councillors. Those mayors were Peter Mare, Gerard Mokel, and Noma India Mvekento. I can vividly remember the discussions we had then at the Tower Block buildings, where as ANC administration took the decision to build the new council chamber. The new council chamber that I'm referring to is the one that we are sitting in today. It was designed and built by the ANC administration. When I look around the house, few of the faces that were present in those discussions. We earned aldermanship status through our unwavering commitment to the people of Cape Town. When the DA took over this council, the ANC left the city of Cape Town with sound financial health status of over 2 billion rands in reserves. We must debunk any myth that suggests that we started to see sound financial system when the DA took over in 2006. ANC administration rescued unfunded budget created by Alderman Nielsen when he introduced Metropolis in 2002 without a budget. All these interventions earned us status of aldermanship. ANC administration under Mayor Noma India Mvekento laid the foundation for successive administrations to thrive. Please respect this status. It must not come to your heads and make you pompous. We congratulate all of you, even though some of you do not deserve this status because of your questionable behaviors. This is another way of showing the future generations to come that you once served the city of Cape Town with humility and you were recognized. Special congratulations to my two comrades, Comrade Kolisa Peter and Comrade Dalmain Kote. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon. Councillor, try put in your... Thank you.
When you get a bit nervous, Speaker, then those things happen. Anyway, I'm briefing on item 45, the conferment of the title of Alderman and Alderwoman. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Honourable Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, today we have the privilege of considering an item that recognizes dedication, commitment, and distinguished public service to the residents of Cape Town. We are asked to approve the conferment of honorary title of Alderman and Alderwoman on a number of serving councillors who have met the criteria set out in the city's conferment of civic honours policy. The title of alderman or alderwoman is one of the highest civic honors that this council can bestow upon a councillor. It is not awarded lightly. It is reserved for those who have rendered sustained and meaningful service to local government and the communities they represent. The policy requires that recipients either have extensive years of municipal service or achieve a minimum of 20 points based on a rigorous assessment of the years of service, leadership roles, committee chairpersonships, mayoral committee appointments, and other qualifying contributions. The report before council indicates that 23 applications were received and assessed. Of these, 20 councillors achieved the prescribed threshold of 20 points or more, and therefore qualify for this distinguished honor. The assessment process was conducted in accordance with the approved policy, and the Rules and Ethics Committee unanimously supported the recommendation before us today. This honor acknowledges more than years service and served. It recognizes leadership demonstrated in portfolio committees, sub-councils, the mayoral committee, and council itself. It celebrates individuals who have dedicated significant portions of their lives to the service of the public, often placing the interests of their communities above their own. Through changing political landscapes, difficult decisions, and demanding responsibilities, these councillors have contributed to the strengthening of local democracy and advancement of service delivery in the city of Cape Town. And I will name them because there are names to these councillors. It is as follows: Councillor Albert Nsodo, Councillor Angus Mackenzie next to me, Councillor Beverly van Reenen, Councillor Chantal Serfontein, Councillor Dalmain Cotti, Councillor Desiree Fasaki, Councillor Elton Enrique Jansen, Councillor Errol Ensley, Councillor Grant Haskin, Councillor Mercia Kleinsmith, Councillor Mzwaki Nkobashi, Councillor Patricia van der Ros, Councillor Paul Swart, Councillor Pandile Makiti, Councillor Siseko Pandezi, Councillor Solomon Falande, Councillor Soliso Peter, Councillor Zahid Badruddin, Councillor Hoa Tim, Councillor Daniel Jordan. Apologies. Collectively, these councillors represent decades of service to the people of Cape Town. They come from different backgrounds, different communities, and different political perspectives. Yet, they share a common commitment to the public service and democratic governance. Their achievements remind us that the success of this institution depends on individuals who are prepared to serve with dedication, integrity, and perseverance. It is therefore fitting that Council formally acknowledges their contribution by conferring upon them the honorary title of Alderman or Alderwoman, a title that is bestowed for life, which reflects the esteem in which the Council holds their service. On behalf of Council, I extend sincere congratulations to all the nominees. May this honor serve as recognition of your past contributions and as inspiration for future generations of public representation who aspire to serve the residents of Cape Town, and same commitment and distinction. In hindsight of what you've done, with insight of your experience, with foresight of what will still come, I therefore support the recommendation before Council this House to approve.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. That's right.
We have a recommendation on page 2 to 4. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Are there any against?
Speaker, questions, Speaker?
Good wishes to abstain.
Speaker?
There's a point of clarity.
Yes.
Councillor Bakari, I'll come to you first. Councillor Miller.
Thanks, Speaker. No, I didn't want to interrupt Alderman Sutashi, but I think he missed my hand earlier. We were voting against 44H.
All right, we'll get the Secretariat to note that. Councillor Bakari, your point of clarity?
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to check if there are no
Your name
new
on the tape.
alderments from the EFF. I'm just trying to check.
Not yet.
Incoming mayor, incoming mayor, incoming mayor.
But if they're ambitious, all right. Thank you, the recommendation's carried. We move on to the next item, item 46, and the first speaker is Councillor Adenol.
Speaker and colleagues, today I want to greet you all in the wonderful name of God. The very same God who created all of us as human beings. I rise today on the proposed renaming of Belhar Drive. And let me make it clear, Madam Speaker, this is not about disrespecting the late Mr. John van der Rede. We acknowledge his contribution as an educator who served in our Belhar schools. May his soul rest in perfect peace. But the question is simple, Madam Speaker. Why should Belhar Drive be renamed after someone who did not live in Belhar, while his strongest community involvement was actually in Highbury and Kuils River? Speaker, more importantly, why is it that an organization from Kuils River proposed the name change of a major road in Belhar? If this council believes Belhar Drive must be renamed, then the people of Belhar must have the last say. That is why the Patriotic Alliance put forward the name of Mr. Muhammad Qasim Nordin, who are 86 years old and very much alive, Madam Speaker. At an age when many have retired from community activism, Mr. Nordin is still standing with the people of Belhar and remains involved in the Ratepayers Association. That brings me to my next point. Why do we always want wait until people are no more with us before we want to give them their flowers? Mr. Nordin is still alive. He can still see the community recognize his contribution. He can still smell the flowers. So, Madam Speaker, let us give him his flowers. Belhar has its own heroes. Belhar has its own history. Belhar must honor its own. We therefore call on this council to reconsider
Thank
the
you.
proposed
Councillor
renaming-
Kotti.
Speaker, good afternoon again. Thank you very much. On this item, Speaker, John van der Rede was a respected community leader, activist, a former local councillor in Kuils River, who passed away, unfortunately, in October 2023. I was also very fortunate to work very closely with Comrade John van der Rede in Kuils River. He also served as the chairperson of the Highbury Foundation and ANC local branch. He was also a teacher at Belhar High School. Mr. van der Rede's contribution to the community began in 1986, when he also served as a peer councillor for the ANC first post-1994 local elections. His notable achievements include helping rehouse 300 families displaced by fire in the early 1990s, champion early childhood development centers, and supporting local NGOs and schools through fundraising events. Even after his retirement, Mr. John van der Rede also remained actively involved in the community development, in particular Highbury, establishing neighborhood watches, influencing local development projects. But the report is wrong, Speaker, and I hope the Speaker after me will correct the report. It should not say Belhar Drive in Belhar, but Belhar Drive in Kuils River, Ward 19 and Ward 11. Maybe in the next administration we can then rename Belhar Drive in Belhar to Councillor Alderman Zafta in the next term. But Speaker, to conclude, the Speaker also after me will also work very closely with Mr. John van der Rede. En meneer John van der Rede, ek dink nou, hy draai sy graf om te sien dat Councillor Zafta, Councillor Savant is nou by die DA. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Savant.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I prefer to deal with the Minnows parties first before I do my speech, please. So I reserve my 5 minutes for me.
No, you only get 5 minutes. You can. That's all you're getting, so make the most of
So
it.
then let me just rectify two things, please. One, Councillor Adenol, is that this is not in Belhar, this is in Kuils River. You know, we've got a Bird Street in Cape Town, then we've got a Bird Street in Kraaifontein. So it's not, you know, that Belhar Drive belongs to Belhar. So this is definitely in Ward 19. Then the reason why are we only giving the flowers now? John was one of those councillors with me that refused to have his name attached in the street in Highbury at the time when the so-called council in Kuils River decided on names for Highbury. And we refused on the basis that the contractor was getting so much money that it was not in the interest of the people, and also there were no community participation done. And so I think history has gone full cycle in awarding this road now to John van der Rede. Then I just remind my friend over there, Councillor Cotti, that yes, Joseph van der Rede, John van der Rede
Point
was...
of clarity, Speaker. Point of clarity.
What is your point of clarity?
The report clearly refers to Belhar and not the area what the councillor is talking about.
Councillor, that's not a point of clarity. Let him finish his speech. Councillor Savan, continue.
They must read the full item, please. Just to Councillor Cotti, that John actually, he endorsed me as a DA councillor in the last election. So thank you very much. So, Speaker, today is indeed a historical day, especially for the residents of Highbury and the Greater Kuils River area.
Speaker, point of clarity.
Point of clarity. Let him continue first.
I wish to thank the naming committee, the deputy mayor and the executive mayor for proposing that the Belhar Drive in Kuils River be renamed to John van der Rede Drive. I also wish to thank Highbury Foundation Civic Association of Kuils River Highra, and especially the residents of Kuils River who had overwhelmingly supported the name change proposed by the above organizations and myself and my ward committee. Furthermore, I wish to thank John's beautiful wife Sandra and the children for having shared John with the community that he so loved. Speaker, during the dark days of apartheid, John stood firm, organizing our community when fear tried to silence us. He taught in the classroom by day and taught us dignity, unity, and resistance by night. When fire destroyed the informal settlement at the Kuils River station,
Speaker.
and left families with
Speaker.
nothing, John did not look
Speaker.
away.
The councillor is talking.
Point of order, Speaker.
Right of every person to live with dignity. As our ward councillor John led with servant-hearted humility, putting the community before himself.
Councillor, we can't mislead council.
I wish to conclude by saying this road is more than tar and stones. It is a path John paved for us long ago before it was built. As a leader, John cleared the road when we had no land and no hope, even in his death.
Speaker.
Even in death, his service continues. Every child who walks
If
to school, every family who travels it down will work in the footsteps of these sacrifices. Let this road be a reminder of that.
Speaker.
Councillors, quiet, please.
Speaker, we can't mislead council. Please, Speaker, we can't mislead council.
Quiet. Councillor Savant.
Speaker.
Councillor Savant.
We can't.
Councillor Savant. Councillor Savant, are you finished? Are you finished, sir?
No, I'm not finished.
All right, continue.
Can I continue? Yes. Madam Chair, so I want to say to council, I might be a bit emotional, but I can tell you that John was the kind of man, you know, when Shakespeare speaks in Hamlet, when he says, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. And thus, above all, to thine own must follow as the night the day. Thou canst then not be false to any man, and that was John van der Rede. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation.
Speaker.
What is your point?
Let us not mislead
Don't
council.
come with that. Not
Let
a
us
point.
not mislead.
Councillor,
I'm referring to Speaker.
thank you. We have a recommendation on page 141, 142. Mr. Mayor, do you want to, before we vote it,
We must amend we have to amend the recommendation, ma'am.
Councillor, quiet, Councillor, otherwise you leave the chamber. I'm naming you for the first time.
There's no map of Kills River there. It's a map of Bella. So stop misleading council. Huh? It speaks of, does not speak about.
Councillor, kill his mic.
No.
Can you speak, Councillor Kotti?
Kan ons ophou by
You misleading public. Stop misleading.
Speaker, we must just correct the recommendations of 12 to 19 and 11. I think the deputy.
So as amended, Deputy?
Yeah.
Chairperson, sorry, it's Ward 19, not 11. It's Ward
So it's Ward 19. So that's all right. So that's just a point of clarity in terms of when we approve it, but is it approved?
Speaker, can I come in, please?
It's important in the minutes and in the.
The whole entire.
In the minutes.
Read that report.
Councillor,
Read
you
that
leave the
report.
room, please.
You must read this out. Read that report. Do what me whatever you want to, but don't mislead council. That's for the art of. Go and read that report. Go from 148. The map there. There's a map of the. There's not a map of Kills River. There's of the not.
Councillors, we're moving on to item 50. And the first speaker on item 50, the first speaker on item 50 is Councillor Jacobs. You may speak, 1 minute. Councillor Cook, I've named you now for the third time. You now asked to leave. Councillors, councillors.
Bus Chancellor.
It's a very small man that needs to have a lady protect him. Councillors, Councillor Daniels, control your councillors. What's that councillor's name? You can take the lady councillor out as well. Councillor Newman, you may leave the chamber.
In women's
Hulle baie se lag.
Naming you for the first time. Councillor Natwala, I'm naming you for the second time. Out. Councillors, please calm down. Councillors, we're on item 50. We will proceed. Councillor Jacobs, you have 1 minute. Your time is running.
Speaker.
Councillors, quieten down, please. Quieten down. Councillor Jacobs, your time is ticking. Well, move to a mic that works. I've told everybody now for umpteenth time, put your card in correctly.
Speaker, the mic will stay on for a second and it goes off again. Can I continue? Can I start, Speaker?
You can continue. You've got 1 minute.
Speaker.
Calm down, councillors. Calm down.
Speaker. Can I continue now?
You better hurry up. You're running out of time.
No, you can't tell me I'm running out of time when everything is unrest.
No, you need to
can't tell
learn
me
to,
yet, Speaker.
you need to, when I say you must talk, you must talk.
It's fair to what we have witnessed today, where councillors are being removed for not agreeing with the Democratic Alliance. Speaker, we are also councillors, but when the Democratic Alliance does the very same thing, they are not reprimanded. And it's very sad to see. Speaker, we are supposed to address the people's the issues, but whenever the Democratic Alliance is criticized, and then people are being thrown out of council, how do we justify those actions, Speaker? This is not right, this is not democratic. Speaker, where's the democracy in this? Every time when the opposition party criticizes the Democratic Alliance, then they boo and heckle people. They don't go back and improve on service delivery. They rather attack the opposition. And then who suffers at the end of the day? The normal people on the street, the people that you want to convince to vote for you. But you want me to continue with all this unrest. I think it's very unfair, Speaker.
Councillor Natwala, Councillor Natwala, I'm naming you now for the 3rd time. Continue, Mr. Jacobs. Councillor Palmer, I'm naming you now for the 3rd time too. Councillor Jacobs, continue.
Speaker, how do you, as a Democratic Alliance, justify good governance based on statistics? When you go into our communities, it tells a very different story, Speaker.
Thank you. Conclude. The next speaker is Councillor Suselo.
Councillor Sulelo, Speaker.
Sulelo.
Thank you.
Hoe is jy gesê as 'n mens praat? As dit jou councillors wat raas een council.
Councillor Jacobs.
Jou councillors wat raas.
Thank you.
Wat doen sy met my te verstek?
Yeah, I'm just moving.
Nee man.
Councillor Jacobs.
Speaker. Why do you allow this one back to
I'm naming
continue?
you for the 3rd time now. Thank you. Councillor Tambuza, do you have a point of order?
Speaker, I'm right. 3.1.1. Yeah.
Councillors.
Really, Teletubbies, can they relax now? Speaker, you have passed an item and you have not captured the vote of the economic freedom fighters. It was at the time when there was chaos in the House and the EFF was unable to vote. Please, you can't move up until you have the House settled, and then political parties are able to register their vote before moving to
Thank
the
you.
next
So would you like to register your vote? Because we've moved on and I did ask if there were any other comments.
Not in a
You didn't
chaotic
hear.
house,
You weren't
Speaker.
look really. Okay.
Not in a chaotic house, Speaker.
Thank
We
you.
want you to run the house, utilize
Thank you.
the rules.
I get it. Councillor Suselo. Sulelo.
Sulelo, Speaker. I've been here for 10 years.
Speaker.
No, he hasn't.
What is the vote of?
Yeah, I don't think you do either because I asked you and no one responded. So
Speaker.
what is your vote?
Speaker, allow the EFF to give you its vote.
Quickly.
Relax, breathe.
Can one of you just put your hand up or down?
Thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing the whip of the EFF. So please try to be patient. We're not rushing. We're going to eat here. Supper, we're having it here. So there's no rush. So the vote of the EFF on that item We are abstaining simply because 2022, the EFF raised a motion.
What is your vote? Is your vote in favor? Thank you. We move on. Councillor Sulela.
Thank you, Speaker. I think there's too much excitement in the House. I'll just move the item because even the previous speaker didn't speak to the item. Thanks.
Councillor? Councillor, are you finished? Thank you. Then we move the item and the recommendations on page 281. All in favour of the recommendation? The EFF, what are you voting on this item? Are you in favour or you against? You're what? Against. Against. Okay. Anybody else against? Goods against.
Abstain. Speaker.
Abstaining. Okay. Anybody
Abstain.
else? Are we all finished now? Those of you that are not abstaining or against, we're in favour. Then the recommendation is carried. We move on to item 53, and the first speaker is Councillor Oliver. Where's Councillor Oliver? Oh, there you are. Carry
Thanks,
on.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must not forget about something. And I'm speaking directly to my colleagues now here from the ANC. We all see the state that our country is in. So we must not forget that even the EFF has been speaking a lot about them being in the GNU, but I want to say that the GNU should have been called the IOU, because that is all that they have achieved thus far. Madam Speaker, with regards to the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, the annual report, I want to make one point very clear. That true success in housing is not measured by how much money we budget or how much money we spend. How many people are successfully housed? After large housing budget to a family that is still living in an overcrowded backyard, an informal settlement or unsafe conditions, our concerns must be therefore include delays in projects, land availability, infrastructure, capacity, beneficiary administration, construction delays, illegal occupation, and whether completed projects are actually reaching the people who qualify. We need to move from measuring money spent to measuring human outcomes. I propose stronger monitoring, public reporting on housing targets, clear deadlines for every development, better coordination between housing, water, electricity, and transport
Thank you,
planning.
Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon to you and Mayor, Aldermen, Councillors. Speaker, I want to acknowledge that work has been done and that there is evidence of progress reflected in this report. My concern is not that the committee did nothing. My concern is that three critical policies remain unfinished. Number one, the affordable housing policy. Number two, the temporary emergency accommodation policy. And number three, the informal settlement framework. These are not simply outstanding administrative matters, Speaker. These policies directly affect the lives, dignity, and the security of some of the most vulnerable people in our city. After a full financial year of oversight, these policies remain incomplete. The affordable housing policy is only expected to be completed in May 2027. The temporary emergency accommodation policy arising from the Constitutional Court finding in the Woodstock-Bromwell Street matter in December 2024 is now targeted for completion in December 2026. Speaker, why is this a concerning issue? I ask this council to indulge me for a moment. In February of this year, a lady came into our office and she was distressed. She received an eviction notice and is required to vacate her unit by December 2026. And I have the letter in front of me. She's facing eviction because she earns 15,100 Rand per month, while the housing policy threshold is 15,000 Rand per month. She's 40 years old. She has never been married. She doesn't have any children. And her grandmother, from the age of 3 months, raised her in the very unit she's now required to vacate. This is the only home she has ever known. Speaker, she stands to lose a home over 100 rand. And what makes this even more concerning is that she has not been offered temporary emergency accommodation, the very policy that the Constitutional Court referred back to the city to relook. We all know that there are approximately 500,000 people on the housing waiting list, and probably we could assume that temporary accommodation is not available for everyone who is displaced. So where does she go? Speaker, 20 years ago, Cape Town was regarded as the cheapest city in the world to live in. Today, Cape Town is one of the most expensive cities to live in. And yes, we still apply an income threshold of 15,000 rand as though the economic reality of Cape Town has remained the same. And this is why we objected as ARA, and we have submitted on the temporary emergency accommodation draft policy. We've asked for the threshold to be increased from 15 to 20,000, taking into account inflation, the rising costs of living, and also Cape Town's rental market. The Municipal Spatial Development Framework, or the MSDF, speaks clearly about spatial justice, integration, and redressing the legacy of apartheid. If someone is displaced because they earn 100 rand above the threshold without being offered alternative accommodation, then the city must ask itself, is our housing policy actually aligned with these principles? Speaker, today I'm not speaking on behalf of this lady alone, but on behalf of thousands of families in the Western Cape who could potentially lose their homes because of a similar situation. I am therefore asking that Council seriously consider pausing these evictions where people are affected by this threshold until these policies have been properly reviewed, finalized, and aligned. We cannot displace people today and tell them to wait for a policy tomorrow. This is not a policy failure. This is a violation of the constitutional rights of the citizens of Cape Town and South Africa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Notwala.
Speaker, the National Party's attempt, now known as the DA, to run away from accountability through virtual meetings. Like the DA is now wanting to hide poor people in Cape Town from tourists with an apartheid wall, will not work. The DA has failed the people of Cape Town on housing for 20 years. Even the middle class are now crying about the housing crisis in Cape Town. Tenants of social housing at Goodwood, run by a company called FCI, and at Conradi Park in Pinelands, run by a company called Own Haven Housing Solutions, are paying more for water and electricity because the DA has allowed for these services to be privatized, like they now want to do in Joburg through that racist pensioner called Helen Zille. Pensioners at Conradi Park, FCI, and all the social housing in Cape Town who get a pension of only 2,400 rand a month are paying more than the mayor of Cape Town and DA leader Gordon Hill Lewis, who earns more than 1.5 million rands a year. This is criminal and anti-poor. Speaker, these are facts. Research done in 2025 by Tiven League, an economist and data scientist, shows that daily fixed charges for water at FCI increased from 95 cents per day to 6 rand and 60 a day. That is a 600% increase. A 600% increase that poor people in social housing must pay because water and electricity is privatized through companies like ANASA at Goodwood and Smart Meta at Conradi Park. The DA has allowed and supports this privatization and criminality. We want social housing to work for the purposes it was intended for, to undo the legacy of spatial apartheid and bring black and colored people back to the land that was stolen from them. But the DA-led City of Cape Town and Western Cape government and the ANC-led Human Settlements Portfolio Committee in Parliament have shown that they do not care about the suffering of the poor in social housing. Social housing in Cape Town is run like prisons, where tenants' online orders at FCI are illegally opened by security at the gate as if the tenants are criminals. The DA and the ANC have turned a blind eye on the poor in social housing. They are instead protecting their private sector friends at the expense of pensioners and the working poor in Cape Town. To the people of Cape Town, on 4 November, let us stop the suffering. When the DA and the ANC come to campaign, ignore and reject them.
Councillor
Like
Gabeni.
they have ignored and rejected you and your pain and suffering over the past 5 years. On 4 November 2026, vote for the Good Party. Vote for the party that has consistently stood with you and fought in court to stop your suffering. Where people live matters. Cape Town is not for sale.
Berlin is
Thank
part
you.
of the journey, don't forget that.
Councillor Gadini, I'm naming you now for the third time. I did, you just weren't paying attention. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Dambuza. Please be quiet while he speaks.
We call on a moment of silence for Ayanda Mpinya Shawintul, who was shot and killed on the 26th of November, 2023 in New Cross, shot and killed by law enforcement. He was carrying no weapon. And the case has still not been reported as the update to his own family, where they've been trying to understand what has happened to Ayanda, a father, a breadwinner of the family. And whenever we've asked the city of Cape Town, including with the family, to come in this situation, they've been stopped. Nothing has been coming in since 2024. And the family is still grieving with no answers. Our people, all they've been asking for from this city of Cape Town, from the start of the term till now, is to make sure that they are living in a city with no sewage spills. Meanwhile, we have seen within NY6, where a family member who has passed on in a house that had full with sewage inside the house, and that old woman was taking chronic medication. All we have asked for is that the people of Kukuletu must be given an indoor swimming pool, and that's what they've been asking for, and they're asking for it till now, and they have not received it. And all that we have asked for is that Mamunadi, who stays in New Cross, in KTC, who has been asking for a house that was supposed to be given in 2010, that house has not been given till today, and she's been crying even in this council meeting. We have asked for that house, and she has not been given. All that we have asked for is that the community of Langa in Ward 52 who stay in hostels that have not been revamped and not been given a condition that is proper, they must be given what belongs to them. They must be given that is deserved to them. All that we have asked for, that the people who are staying in informal settlements that are still using the bucket system till today, this term has come and it has ended, and they have not been given that service delivery. All we are asking for, that the people who have been murdered within the city of Cape Town, 170 of them in 2 weeks, that there must be a shift and change within the city of Cape Town, and that has not been come to an end, and they have not been assisted from the start of this term until the end. All we have asked for is that ERF 8448 must be given houses, and those beneficiaries must be given a project that will start and come to an end. And it has not happened. Instead, what we have seen is that the mayor who has run away even now has gone to F8448 to give fruit baskets to people so that they can buy their votes for the candidate that they are trying to steal from the ANC, so that they can have it go to the Democratic Alliance. The one that the ANC is afraid to make sure that it deals with, and the one that the Democratic Alliance has gone as far as having the candidate of the Democratic Alliance to buy with him with a cell phone and make sure that they are giving him 50,000 so that he does not contest, the one who is unable to speak for the ANC today. And they are trying to make sure that he does not contest so that that one becomes a candidate. We can simply tell you now that it is here in these council chambers, when they were calling us to sit on virtual platforms, that that same ANC member was sitting next to Councillor Betty, and is always being roped in by Councillor Kavashe, and is also being roped in by Councillor Machingo, who are currently talking to the councillor candidate of the Ward 39, so that he removed from the process of becoming the councillor candidate. Because the one of the ANC is the one that they are currently roping in to enter as the councillor candidate of the Democratic Alliance. We have asked for people of 8448 to get houses. And when only in the last financial year, 76 houses were given to them. Instead of finishing the project 2849, only 10 houses have been given. And the houses have, the project does not move forward, and our people are still crying out loud because they have not gotten houses. Maybe the picture that has been given, that the housing project must be named after a certain individual, is of removing him from the ANC and taking him to the Democratic Alliance. We know, comrades, the fact that you are keeping quiet now is based on the fact that the whole truth, nothing but the truth, out, and is coming out beforehand that it has been released by you. We know, we are saying here today that the people of the city of Cape Town, they only have the last hope, the hope of the people that will, from the start until the finish. We are worried, Moses. If you have received the email that says you are not coming back, we will welcome you here. We are saying you are coming here and join the EFF because things are not looking nice. It is not only you, but even others that are sitting right over here. Things are not looking nice. Some of you have received the emails. We are aware that Spoonzi was called from the Eastern Cape the last time so that he can come back to the city of Cape Town. And currently, he is preparing himself to go back to the Eastern Cape. Who is here in the Eastern Cape contesting as a candidate. After he has, because when he was here in the city of Cape Town, he could not stay and he could not be made a candidate. We are saying to you, it is fine. If the situation is not nice in the Democratic Alliance, come and join us. If you look at the reports, they simply tell you that the economic freedom fighters will be growing. We are asking all the Muslim voters to ask them nicely that they must stop voting for that sleepist of the CMC. That is a puppet of the Democratic Alliance. All he has done in this term, he has either slept in council. If he has not slept in council, he has protected the Democratic Alliance by all means necessary. We are saying the people that have been voting for him in the CNC, they must stop voting for him or give someone else as a candidate because he's a sleepist of High Note. Other than that, he's a puppet of High Note. We as the EFF, we are saying to the people of Cape Town, the time has come that you start taking over power. We know even the speaker is being already been fast forwarded to come back as the speaker. Don't worry, Angus, your lifeline is in the hanging balance. That is why at the current juncture, you are going as close as to JP Smith because you don't know that you might be coming back or you might not be coming back. So if I was you, I would get closer to him because shame, without him, you are gone, my brother. All we are saying to the people of the city of Cape Town, vote for EFF, vote for EFF, vote for EFF, and definitely vote for EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nutoro, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Nutoro. Sorry, just wait. Is that point of order? Clarity? Councillors, quiet, please. So, thank you for that. Councillor Nutoro, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Mayor, ECO members, honorable councillors. I miss the days that we were having this.
Councillors, please. Mr. Mayor, you're disrupting your own colleague. Councillor Nutoro.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've seen a lot of, I just heard a lot of comedy around this item of human settlements. Just to set the record straight, the lady who had a block house in Kukuletu, Indeed, she passed away, but the city of Cape Town didn't have access to the main drain that needed to be sorted out there. So Councillor Tambuza, he just stood in the stoop of that house and shoot a little video, put it on Instagram, and hammered Badruddin and Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis, and even today he continues to do the same misinformation. On the matter of policies, policies are work in progress, and also on the matter of performance, they have nothing that they can point at against the Human Settlements Directorate as well as the Portfolio Committee. Madam Speaker, the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee provided oversight over the delivery of both financial and non-financial key performance indicators for the Directorate of Human Settlements. In the year under review, there were major improvements in both financial results and non-financial results. The Directorate maintained great financial performance among billion rand budget infrastructure, spending more than 1.2 billion on capital programs aimed at provision of adequate housing in the city of Cape Town. In the financial year 2024-25, the Human Settlements Directorate only managed to achieve 3 out of 6 of its corporate indicators in the IDP. In the previous financial year, 2025-26 financial year, the Directorate significantly improved and achieved 5 out of 6 corporate indicators. With regards to KPI 7.A, a well-located land parcels are released to private sector for affordable housing. The annual target was 8 land parcels, and the actual achievement is 7 land parcels. On KPI 7.B, Human Settlements Top Structures provided the housing program. The target was 2,110. The Directorate overachieved by delivering 2,186 houses. With regards to KPI 7.6, formal housing service sites provided, the annual target was 2,700 service sites, and the Directorate overachieved again by 2,736 service sites. On KPI 7.D, hectares of land acquired for human settlements in the municipal area. The annual target was 14 hectares, and the Directorate overachieved by acquiring 24 hectares of land for human settlements. Regarding KPI 7.E, number of title deeds registered to beneficiaries, the annual target was 2,675 title deeds registered, and the Directorate significantly overachieved by registering 3,502 title deeds. Lastly, with regards to KPI 8A, informal settlement sites serviced, the annual target was 2,000 service sites, and the actual delivery was 2,363. The achievements are as a result of effective oversight, assistance, perseverance to strive for good governance and impactful service delivery. The success we record today do not indicate that we don't have challenges. As a committee, we have seized with historical projects that were affected by a number of leadership and administrative challenges. Projects such as Gugulethu Infield, Makasa, Mahama, etc. These projects are on the PC radar, and we will continue to play our oversight role to ensure that such projects see their logical conclusion. The PC successes have not only been enabled by the work undertaken by the working groups to enhance oversight in between the PC meetings. This model has proven to be effective for human settlements. We would also want to acknowledge Councillor support for providing ongoing Councillor training and further training on the Code of Conduct, Rules of Order, and Terms of Reference. We will continue as part of Human Settlements biannual oversight plan. Madam Speaker, I propose that the council accept.
Thank
this
you.
report.
We have a recommendation on page 329. Those in favor of the recommendation? Those against the recommendation? Mr. EFF, are you against the recommendation? Or you just got your hand up? What is your point?
I rise on 33.1.
No, we're voting now. Sorry.
I have my hand up, Speaker.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it, but we're moving on. Those
You want me
against the
did you want me to
recommendation?
interrupt you?
Abstain. Abstain.
Abstain, Goods abstaining. Anybody else? Thank you. The recommendation's carried. Are you voting for or against?
Voting against.
Against. Thank you. We move
Abstain.
on to item
Speaker,
55.
we're abstaining.
Abstain. Leona's got it. All right. Sorry,
Abstain.
Councillor Sali, abstaining.
Abstain. Thank you.
Abstain. Okay. Thank you. All right. We move on to item 55, and the first speaker here is Councillor Plaatjes.
Madam Speaker, Executive Bayer, fellow councillors, I rise in support of item C55 of 826, Safety and Security Portfolio Committee Annual Report for the period of 1 July 2025 to 30th of June 2026. Madam Speaker, safety is not simply another item on a council agenda. Safety is personal. It is a mother waiting for a child to return safely from school. It is a worker traveling home after elderly resident who wants to walk to the shop without fear, and it is every family that wants their child to grow up without the sound of gunfire becoming the norm. The report demonstrates that the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee has taken its oversight responsibility seriously. During the reopening period, the committee held 9 cooperated meetings and 4 special meetings supported by 5 portfolio committee workshops. The committee's work also included working groups dealing with metal theft, problem properties, municipal courts, and warrants of arrest and traffic fines. Importantly, an ad hoc committee focusing on gang, drug, and firearm and taxi-related violence was also established. Madam Speaker, coming from Mitchell's Plain, I know that these are not simply statistics and annual report. Behind every shooting is a family. Behind every illegal firearm is potential for another life lost. Behind the scourge of drugs and gangsterism are young people whose future are being stolen from them. That is why the work of the Safety and Security Portfolio matters so much. We must recognize the men and women serving our front line, our law enforcement officers, our lead officers, our Metro Police officers, our traffic service, fire and rescue services, disaster risk management, and our emergency personnel. But our responsibility as councillor goes beyond recognizing their work. We must exercise strong oversight. We must ask difficult questions. We must identify weaknesses, and we must ensure that resources are directed to communities where they are needed at most. The city cannot replace SAP's or national government constitutional policing responsibilities, but whether the city has the legal authority to act, we must act decisively. Because our residents deserve more than statistics. They deserve visible policing enforcement, they deserve accountability, and they deserve to feel safe in our communities they call home. Madam Speaker, this report reflects another year of oversight, service, but also reminds us that the work that community needs from us and the confidence that communities have in us as a city. I also want to say the special congratulations to this directorate for launching the 5 officers per ward that is making fantastic impact wherever they are. I therefore proudly support and move the approval of item C550626. Please note, Speaker, while we were serving, our laptops did not freeze. Our officers were out there.
Conclude.
I so move this item, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to be honest about what is happening within our city, and I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation to our special operations teams and the incredible work that they are doing on the ground. These men and women often place their lives in extremely dangerous situations to protect our communities. Their commitment, courage, and willingness to confront organized crime, gangs, illegal firearms, and other serious criminal activity deserves recognition. We must ensure that these teams have resources intelligence, equipment, and support necessary to continue doing this important work. But, Madam Speaker, while we acknowledge that many arrests been made, we must also ask what happens after the arrests. We need to see stronger connection between arrests, investigations, prosecutions, and convictions. An arrest is important, but it cannot be the final measure of success. Our communities need to see criminals successfully prosecuted and removed from our streets through the justice system. This is why I believe the issue of expanded powers must continue to be seriously considered by the Minister. We should not automatically reject proposals that would strengthen our ability to investigate and fight serious crime. Any expanded powers must, of course, come with proper training, oversight, accountability, and clear legal safeguards. Madam Speaker, fighting crime cannot be one institution working alone. We need SAPS, municipal law enforcement, specialized units, prosecutors, crime intelligence, community structures, and all spheres of government working together. Criminals do not operate in silos, therefore neither should those fighting crime. Let us acknowledge those doing exceptional work, strengthen the system supporting them, and ensure every arrest has the best possible opportunity of becoming and conviction. Our ultimate measure of success must be safer communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Bernard.
Madam Speaker, for 20 years the DA has told our people that they are the party of safety and security. But look at our streets. Our people are bleeding, our children are growing up around gang, drugs, violence and fear. And our economically disadvantaged communities are experiencing. But freedom without safety is not freedom. We have lived so long under systems designed to make oppression feel normal that sometimes we no longer recognize the difference between being free and merely surviving. That is the behavioral pattern we must break. For 5 years, the NCC has entered this council and we rocked it. We challenged the uncomfortable, we questioned the powerful, and we, most importantly, we have awakened our people. Our communities know that they have a voice. So we say to those that we say now to Alderman Smith, an injury to one is an injury to all. And in this council, we do not choose to submit, we choose to fight. Because long live the spirit of no surrender. Long live Fadil Adams.
Thank you. Councillor Nkubash.
Thank you, Speaker.
Your voice note is out. Okay, Councillor, quiet down. There's a speaker on the floor, Councillor Nkubash.
Thank you, Speaker. So, this is an annual report of the year that has just ended. And with respect to Councillor Minar, she is, I think, 4 months in the portfolio committee and learning very hard. We're learning from her also. So I think it should, the chant or the slogan should be directed to Councillor Minister Kachalia instead of the focus in the city of Cape Town. That's why we have had all the strides, all the debates in the portfolio committee calling for the powers to be given to those cities that are capable, and Cape Town is one of them, Councillor Minar. Speaker, back to the speech of myself here, that I concur with the colleagues, the previous two colleagues before Councillor Minar, in support of the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee annual report for the period of July 2025 and June 2026. This is the report, Speaker, that reflects the year of hard work, effective oversight, and tangible results. It demonstrates that Safety and Security Portfolio Committee has fulfilled its oversight mandate, diligently ensuring that the Directorate remains focused on service delivery, accountability, and performance, noting that there is always a room for improvement. One of the most significant achievements during this year under review, Speaker, has been a strong performance against Directorate service delivery and budget implementation plans. The Directorate achieved and, in many cases, exceeded key performance indicators, with several targets being substantially surpassed. This is clear evidence that rigorous oversight, monitoring, and engagement with official by portfolio committee members contributes directly to improve service delivery outcomes. Our budget spent on both OPEX and CAPEX was recognized by the mayor last month already with a highlight of 99.99% on received grants. Speaker, the committee played a critical role in strengthening the city's legislative and policy framework during the year under review. We successfully concluded and advanced a number of important policies and bylaws. They are film bylaw and film policy, your traffic bylaw, your event policy and events bylaw, your streets and public places and prevention of nuisance bylaw framework, the loss control SOP, the safety and security annual police plan, your animal bylaw amendments, fire bylaw amendments, use of council-owned vehicle policy, watch and brief mechanism established to monitor firearm cases, court cases withdrawal, and subsequent reinstatement of those cases to the road. Traffic fine roadshows initiatives which are received well in the city. Also the very important motion, Speaker, for devolution of certain policing powers to be given by the National Minister Kachalia of Police, which motion was later brought here and adopted by this council. These reforms, Speaker, are not merely administrative exercises. They provide the legal and policy tools required to keep communities safe. They facilitate economic growth, regulate public spaces effectively, and create enabling environment for investment, film, tourism, events to flourish. Equally important, the committee established and oversaw several focus working groups dealing with critical public safety concerns, including the ad hoc committee which was mentioned. In conclusion, Speaker, as a chairperson, I wish to extend a sincere appreciation to all members of the portfolio committee, irrespective of the political affiliation, their commitment and constructive participation throughout the year. Also, thank you to the Safety and Security Mayoral Committee member, the Executive Director, senior management officials, councillor support officials, and the Executive Committee services, all stakeholders that contributed to the work that we have done. I therefore commend the performance and move the annual report.
Mr. Mayor, you have a right of reply.
I would like Alderman Smith to comment on the crime stats.
Speaker, thank you. So I think it is safety and security is one of those things like human settlements and several other portfolios where you work with responsibilities that stretch over multiple spheres of government. And so it's very difficult to disentangle who is responsible for what, and it's very easy to misallocate blame or incorrectly assess or diagnose the problem. And if you incorrectly diagnose a problem, you cannot correctly fix it. So in our portfolio committee, you will hear a voice of reason, such as that from Councillor Oliver, who has now made a careful assessment in the short time that he's been there, since replacing Neil de Beer, who we fondly remember, that the challenge here sits with the lack of convictions and the challenges within crime intelligence, things which criminologists, well-informed criminologists also say. But you will also hear the misdiagnosis of the kind of situation that Councillor Minnaar engages in. And that's unfortunate, because when Councillor Minnaar, perhaps inadvertently or perhaps intentionally, misdiagnoses the problem and explains it poorly, she helps to conceal and aid those people who are causing the problem. Those people in national government who took away 1,330 police officers from our city in the last 4 years. That's national government, who are defunding SAPS, whilst we implemented just on 1,300 to try and top up. But if Councillor Minnaar misdiagnoses the problem, she conceals that travesty that is inflicted. When we add 500 police vehicles and we see an equivalent amount in this term roundabout being removed from SAPS. So when this happens, Councillor Minnaar, through you, Speaker, she makes herself guilty of hiding the wrongdoer, of confusing accountability. And perhaps this is also why, when you misdiagnose a problem, why we have to advertise 3 times to candidates for a thing like Project 1000, because a certain political leader keeps on telling young colored children that there is no hope for them. And so you do them a massive disservice by discouraging their chance or their hope for progress. So, Speaker, just to conclude, is that it is Minister Kachalia's job to unpack the crime stats. But at this week's briefing on the Provincial Safety Council...
Councillor Jacobs, I have named you now for the third... If you open your mouth again, you're going to be taken out of this chamber.
Speaker, I'll conclude. So in the crime stats, the interventions made by this DA Council to top up for where national government is struggling at the moment to sustain resources and capability and stats. Our interventions here contributed largely to murder being down, attempted offences being down, assault GBH being down, robbery with aggravating circumstances being down, common assault reducing, common robbery reducing, house robbery reducing, carjacking reducing, almost every single crime. There is in fact one contact crime statistic that has increased. And this is the pattern for the 4th quarter in a row, Speaker. So when something good happens, we must acknowledge it. If you fail, perpetrating dishonesty. Thank you.
Councillor Nathaniela. Lutwana, you've been named for the 3rd time. If you open your mouth again, you'll be removed from the chamber. We have a recommendation on page 365. Those in favour of the recommendation. Is there anyone against the recommendation? EFF is against the recommendation. Is there anyone that wishes to abstain? Good wants to abstain. NCC, what are you doing? Abstaining. Against. You're against. Okay. All right, the recommendation is carried, and we move on to the next item, item 58, and the first speaker is Councillor Davids.
Welcome to the city of Two Tails, and a very happy Women's Month to all the women here. Madam Speaker, we are failing in refuse collection in some areas.
Councillors.
In some areas, bins are only collected after a whole week with no proper communication to the residents. In large households, bins cannot cope, and in high we simply have to have a few more bins. In Edinburgh Place, rubbish lay there for a whole month, and there was nobody to clean it.
Councillors.
This is unhealthy and unhygienic, and waste can contribute to blocked stormwater drains and overflows. I'm asking Urban Waste Management to step up your customer service, communication and engagement with the communities. We cannot blame communities when our services and infrastructure are not. And the mayor's address today was laughable. Our people are living with sewer, living with dirt, struggling with refuse collection, and now facing a ridiculous...
Thank you very much. Councillor Hanson. Councillor Hanson, try putting your card in the other way around. Can you move down the line and find a...
Yes, I've got it now. Thank you. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors and residents. It is my pleasure to table the Urban Waste Management Portfolio Committee Annual Report for July 2025 to June 2026. 5 years ago, this committee was established with an important goal to make sure that waste management gets the attention it deserves and that we keep our focus on the people we serve. Over the past year, the committee held 10 meetings and 4 workshops. We dealt with a wide range of issues, listened to different views, and continued to answer difficult questions around waste service and performance. We also saw some important developments, including the launch of the City Waste Strategy, the Waste Warrior 2 program, the Highway Visibility Cleaning Unit, and the Coastal Park Waste to Energy facility. There are also areas where we can be proud of our performance. We created 35,245 work opportunities, exceed our targets of 35,000. 98.5% of formal refuse collection beats received their services on schedule, and revenue collection reached 95.77%. But Madam Speaker, we cannot only talk about the good news. Only 71.88% of refuse non-collection complaints were resolved within 3 working days, against a target of 96%. We need to better, because behind every complaint is a resident who expects and deserves a service. Waste diversion is another area where we need to improve. We achieved 29.08% against a target of 35%. We must find better ways of keeping recyclable and recoverable material out of our landfills. I am particularly proud that the committee advanced the motion to phase out non-recyclables and non-compostable materials in the city's own operations. If we expect residents to change their behavior, government must also lead by example. Our working groups have helped us look more closely at cleansing, collection, waste disposal, community empowerment, planning and finance. Our own assessments rate the committee as good, but we know there is still work to be done, especially when it comes to informal settlements and waste diversion. I want to thank my fellow committee members, our officials, council support staff, the mayoral committee member, and most importantly, the residents of Cape Town. Madam Speaker, 5 years later, we have made progress, but we are not finished. We must keep improving our services, respond faster to residents, divert more waste from landfill, and make sure that every community receives the services it deserves. I therefore move that the Urban Waste Management Portfolio Committee annual report for July 2025 to June 2026 be approved by this council.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 433. All in favour of the recommendation? Anyone against the recommendation? EFF is against.
Abstain.
Good is abstaining and the NCC is against. Thank you. Anybody else? No. All right, we're moving on. The next item is item 59 and the first speaker here is Councillor Bowden.
Madam Speaker, this report celebrates the city replacing 104 meters of sewer reticulation during 2025-26. It sounds impressive until we put it into perspective. Cape Town has more than 9,000 kilometers of sewer pipeline. At approximately 100 kilometers of replacement per year, it would take roughly 90 years to renew the network. Yet the city itself says it is prioritizing the renewal of aged and high-risk sewer assets. International wastewater asset management principles tell us that replacement should be driven by age, condition, failure, probability of failure, and the consequences of failure, particularly where sewer overflows occur in communities and the environment. A serious renewal program should therefore be substantially faster. A 2% annual renewal rate would mean almost double the city's current target, especially when the mayor wants to densify the city to a ridiculous figure of 10 million inhabitants. And please don't reduce this debate to Cape Exit voting against the budget. Why has the city not applied in the previous and current budgets for additional funding from National Water and Sanitation and National Treasury through increased allocations under the Division of Revenue Act? Cape Town cannot afford a 90-year replacement program. Lastly, we need an accelerated program strategy to deliver it. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there are some points that Councillor Bowden made that are valid. It's quite true that we need a much greater rate at which our pipes need to be replaced. But we need to understand is that we come from a position where the replacement rate was much lower, and this has been accelerated quite significantly. So the operations of the city have been expanded to get to the space. He said 104 meters, 104 kilometers of pipe that were replaced. And certainly that is exactly age, condition, and all the other issues that he mentioned is exactly the basis on which the decisions are taken in terms of what to replace first. So let me just say that the work of the Water and Sanitation Department, which is overseen by this PC, is one of the largest capital expenditures in the city. We had a record capital expenditure this past year, where the expenditure was more than what the city's entire capital budget used to be just a few years back. So we must understand that we have to drive on water treatment plants, on sewage treatment plants, water pipelines, sewage pipelines, sewage pump stations, a whole range of issues that have to get attention, with ongoing deterioration in the physical infrastructure. So it's always very interesting when I hear people who oppose the budget, who oppose the tariffs that we put forward. When it comes to arguing about what needs to be done, they want more than what we're doing. So I really don't know where they're going to think we're going to get the money if they don't want to support those budgets. And it's always interesting, the Cape Exit Party particularly, always seems to be some underlying conspiracy theory behind all the questions they have. I really think they need to perhaps change their name to the Conspiracy Theory Party, because that would be more accurate. And let me just also say that they claim that they're here for self-government, but when the citizens want to set up a city improvement district, they are out there attacking the steering committee of these people who are trying to get some local control. So, I mean, it's just interesting that there's always this duality of we don't pay for, don't want these tariffs, but we want more delivered. We want freedom, but when people want to get just a little bit more, that is opposed as well. I think, Madam Speaker, what is shown over this past year has been very significant delivery on the Department of the Water and Sanitation Department, not only in capital expenditure, but in progress in terms of operations, getting us towards those very long-term outcomes that we seek. Because the kind of projects that we have are very large. They can stretch for more than 10 years, can be across 3 different cycles of council. The previous one could have started it, and the 2 later could be the ones who have to end that or complete those very large projects. So I commend the report to council.
Thank you. So, councillors, we have a recommendation on page 455. Those in favour of the recommendation? Yes. Those against the recommendation, the EFF. Who wants to abstain?
How did you know, Speaker?
You what?
I didn't say anything yet. You just assumed. Sorry, Speaker. We do want to abstain, though.
Speaker.
All right. Any other
Speaker.
parties?
Speaker.
Cape Exit?
Yeah, we're abstaining.
Abstaining.
And I'd also like a point of clarity from Alderman
No, we're
Nielsen.
voting now. Councillor Jacobs? Abstaining. Councillor Sali?
Abstain, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is that the voting concluded? EFF, are you voting in favour or abstaining?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. NCC? Excuse me? Against? Thank you. All right.
Against, NCC is against, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to, this item is finished. What is your point of clarity?
I'd like a point of clarity from Alderman Nielsen, who's fully aware that the
No, there's no point of clarity.
It's the amount of money that we're losing.
No,
So
thank
clearly-
you. The next item is item 64, and the first speaker is Councillor Cook.
Speaker, the Cape Town Water Outlook should concern every member of this council. It raises a concern as to whether Cape Town will have enough water for the people who live here. It also tells us that the water restrictions are likely to become a normal part of life in Cape Town until 2035. That is not a temporary inconvenience. It is a structural crisis, and the people who will suffer first and will suffer the most are not the wealthy. They are the residents who already struggle to afford electricity, food, transport, and municipal bills. Cape Town's response to the 2018 drought was the new water plan, with a clear objective to bring an additional 300 million litres of water into the system from new sources. But 8 years later, Speaker, critical components of that plan are delayed, uncertain, or falling behind. The desalination expansions at Pardon Island have been delayed because the city has not reached an agreement with Transnet. The Atlantis desalination plant has suffered delays because of cable theft. The Berg River full flare augmentation scheme has been pushed out to 2030. And at the same time, demand is growing at 3 times the rate that the city says is sustainable. That is the contradiction at the heart of this report. We are planning for a water crisis while demand continues to rise, while critical infrastructure is being taken offline for repairs, and while new major sources of water are being delayed. And then there is climate change. We cannot build a water strategy around the assumption that the weather is going to behave itself. We have just experienced extraordinary weather events. We cannot assume that a once in 200-year flood will conveniently arrive whenever our dams need filling. Nor can we assume that the next few years will be predictable. The reality is becoming increasingly clear. There will be less water, and that will cost more, and when it becomes more expensive, the poorest households can simply not be expected to absorb the cost. Speaker, Good is not opposed to infrastructure
Privy Councillor with immediate effect and join the Democratic Alliance. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillors? Councillors, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the councillors. Councillors, take your seats. Take your seats. I want to take this opportunity to thank all councillors, those that are fighting in the field.
This side. Speaker, this side.
Thank you all for your contributions, however big or small they were. Councillor Tadela, do you want to make a last statement because I'm closing this portion of the speaker. Thank you very much. Are you, Councillor, who wants to speak here?
Yes, Councillor Lindamas will speak. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I am very much disappointed. In fact, disappointed is an understatement of what transpired in this council, of what happened, especially in Women's Month. What happened there, especially mishandling women, disgusting. It's not even under your watch. Under your watch, Speaker. I'm not sure whether must I continue calling you madam, but are continuing being mishandled in this council.
Thank you very much. The councillor should not have got involved in something which was not about her. We are moving on. The open agenda is now closed. For those that need to leave the chamber, please leave the chamber. Thank you. And Councillor Mackenzie, although the meeting is closed, you don't need to carry on. Is there anyone left in the chamber that needs to go? Speak. Councillors, we're moving on to item C1C08.
Sukujongile.
Speaker, you